All right, let's get it going, man.
Yes. Yes, sir. Welcome to another episode of Hotep History Live. Come on, man. Let's get it going. Come on. Rolling down the same old no, same old. I'm so sorry if I don't look happy to be here and get labeled over what they said I can't smoke weed here. Man, fuck it, I'm out. Black on, then I'm out of school. I got a studio in my house. Come on with, put it on you something sleeping in my diamond supply shirt. Come on. Bring your asses in here, man. Come on through. We got another one. Come on. Nah, I don't know what the fuck is taking to school. Give these niggas ground bad. Once it's if it ain't fit shit, then it ain't nothing. Come on, man. What y'all thought? You thought I was done? Come on, man. We got way more work to do. You hear me? Yes. Hold up, hold up. No. Remember this day, huh? Uh-huh. Always call a spade a spade. Be like Chuck D. Never be like Flavor Flav. But that type of honest that is so fly. And the way he complimenting Chucky with that bow tie so make me feel how so almost my way. Shoot me as I do the shooting movie down the highway. I'm young, black, intelligent, elegant, blase. Back to the pieces. That book. It's off its snap it to police it. Black and gold valleys, Dickies with the features, putting everybody coach to the school and know who the beast is. I play the soul from them up. I play my heart as BMC on level one enough. Cause I'ma throw some chicken bones and feathers on $100. It's summer, the summer's done. Voodoo man is coming. You can't see the doors for the seeds. It's okay, I got my picture and I'm on the truck. They run it up. Come on. Welcome everybody. Come on through. We jamming tonight. I've been jamming a lot more lately. I've been jamming a lot more. Not gonna lie. Uh-huh. Remember this day. Uh-huh. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of Hotep History Live. I'm your host with the most, President Hotep Dubes. I hope you had an amazing week or weekend. You feel me? I know I did. I know I did, man. Shout out to me again. I'm not going to hold you. Shout out to me again. We had another one, ladies and gentlemen. We had another great one. We had another great one. Let me make sure my levels is all good. Make sure I'm not coming in too loud. You feel me? I don't want to come in too loud on them. I want to make sure that y'all can enjoy it and hear me well. But yes, Saturday we did it again. We had another legendary episode. Let me see if this transition thing works. We had another amazing episode of the Hotep History Podcast. You feel me? This week or last week was all about historical hoeing. Guys, what I tell you, I had the most fun recording this episode. Oh my goodness. Shout out to everybody that came through and contributed to the conversation. We went all the way back. We went back to the late 19th century and we was talking about brothels, prostitutes, hoes, madams, and everything in between. We got into extortion and blackmail. We talked about Hannah Elias, the legend. We talked about Belle Breezing. We talked about Lulu White. We talked about them. You hear me? Millions of dollars between these women. Millions of dollars locking down the vice economy. Okay? Amazing episode. Shout out to Rashad, man. Rashad
Rashad did his worst, man. I ain't gonna lie. Rashad show his ass pause on that episode. You feel me? So when it came down to Rashad, I'm gonna clip that up. Rashad said that he is only going to be paying $40, right? And we learned that when we were reading Belle's story, Belle Breezing's story, Belle was she had an upper echelon whorehouse, so to speak. What do they call it? Homes of ill fame, right? Very luxurious, okay, top notch everything, top notch furnishings and all of that. You feel me? And everything was upper echelon in there, right? So you had the competitors who ran cheaper establishments, right? And so Rashad said, yo, listen, what's the equivalent to $40 back then? Now, it should be noted here that the cheaper whorehouses were $1. And Belle's whorehouses were $5, right? So I go to the website that me and Sammy use. Shout out to Sammy. He was on the stage too. Very, very surprised. We're gonna get to you, Sammy, in a second, bro. You loosened your tie on Saturday, but we'll get to that in a second. So I look up what the equivalent, okay? I looked up what the equivalent of $1 was, back then. And sure enough, $1 equaled about $40 adjusted for inflation. And I was rolling because Rashad he was consistent. He said he's not giving up more than 40. That's it. Anything past 40, he can't do nothing with you. And so it was an amazing conversation. But Sammy was there. Now, if you guys know about Sammy, okay, if you guys know about Sammy, Sammy is a God-fearing man. He says laughing my butt off, okay? He don't even say laughing my ass off. So imagine my surprise when Sammy not only was a part of the listeners, but Sammy hopped on stage, man. What? Sammy hopped on stage and engaged in the conversation, so debaucherous, but he kept it above board. He only took he just took a sip. You feel me? Loosened his tie a little bit, took a sip, and was able to get comfortable on stage and give his POVs and stuff like that. So real talk, man. Shout out to everybody that came through for the podcast. Switch back here. Make sure y'all are subscribing to all of the things, including or especially the Patreon. Patreon, what's that over here? Patreon.com/Hotep History. Patreon.com/Hotep History. A lot of new things coming for Patreon, including a new tier that you guys can sign up for and be a part of. You feel me? So trust and believe. You want to be in tune with Hotep History. We got some announcements coming this week, so stay tuned for that. Big week for announcements, to be honest. Big week for announcements. So just to give you guys a little preview, we got some merch coming for you guys, okay? We got a new tier on Patreon for you guys where you guys will be able to not only share some of your own history, your own family's history, be able to actually, be featured on the live show. You'll be able to call in and talk about your own family's history. What was your great-grandfather, great-grandmother doing? What was your granny doing? What lineage do you come from? What is your history? So we'll be able to highlight you on the coming episodes of Hotep History Live. Also, you will be able to, like I said, co-host an episode of Hotep History Podcast with none other than your boy. So if that sounds like something that you want to get into, which I think it is, plus more perks and stuff like that, like merch discounts and all types of fly stuff, you definitely want to sign up for the George Washington Williams tier. Okay, so Just letting you guys know major developments are happening over here at Hotep History. Please believe it. So go ahead and subscribe to the Patreon, patreon.com/Hotep History. Of course, Kick, YouTube, Instagram, me on Twitter, and of course on TikTok. Ladies and gentlemen, how was you guys this weekend? Tell me about it, man. Were you guys, getting to it? Did you guys, hit some goals? Did you, chill out? Were you lazy? How did it go? I want to know. I want to know. You feel me? Because, we got to hold each other accountable out here, right? You know, my weekend was dope. I ain't gonna lie. Outside of the podcast, I was able to get a lot of research done, a lot of work done on the, back end of Hotep History and stuff like that. Just doing a bunch of good stuff, you know, things that were going to feed my brand and feed my brain for real. That's what it was all about. Especially after the conversations that I've had today on Rashad's space. Okay, very, very disheartening. I am going to talk about a few. It's funny because like two of the things that Rashad talked about today, I already had planned to talk about on my show. I just recently put something in the bookmarks like maybe 15 minutes before the show started. Can't wait to talk about that as well. And so one of the developments that we're having over here at Hotep History Live is that we're going to be having, segments and stuff like that. So can't wait to start showing that. As you can see, I'm here. Look at me. I'm center stage now, baby. I'm center stage now. So when they clip me and I be talking my shit, I want you motherfuckers to look into my eyes when I pop my shit. When I go on my rants, I want you motherfuckers to be able to see me. You understand? Me being in that little corner and shit, nah, y'all need to be able to see me front and center to let y'all know I'm saying what I'm saying and I'm standing on it. You feel me? So shout out just to new ideas, new solutions, new methods, being able to, grow and expand. Shout out to that, man. Just shout out to growth. Shout out to just getting better every day, man. I tell y'all all of the time that every episode that I do, I become become more and more enamored with the platform, with the format, with, all of the things that we do over here. So, yeah, man. Thank you guys, man. Thank you. Let's check the chat, man. Let's see what's going on with everybody in the chat. Let's see. Crystal, what up, Crystal? Let's see. Crystal says over at being anti-black, getting rid of my shiesty mask and Nike Tech. Yeah, man. We're gonna get to the quarter zip conversation. We got to. We got to get to the quarter zip conversation. It was rubbish. It was rubbish. The discourse was around it. I knew it was gonna go into that whole respectability politics world, and I was right. I was right. Sammy says, "Hola, fellow historians. What's going on, Sammy? Rashad in here, fist in the air. Shout out to Sauce in the chat, Hotep. Okay, let's see. Sammy says that was a good show for sure. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Happy to have you, man. Make sure you come back through on Saturday if you can. All right. Rashad said I was bullshitting this weekend. Not surprised. Not surprised whatsoever, Rashad. Disappointed, but not surprised. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Sammy says father-in-law came into town from Jersey, so we kicked it with him. And some of my wife's cousins, also good to connect. Always good to connect with the family. Absolutely, man. Everybody got to know that that's what it's all about. Family is what this is all about. My camera got to hurry and focus. Like, goddamn. But that's what it's all about. Family is going to be always what it's about, man. And so shout out to Sammy always being the family man that we know him to be. Shout out to that. Let's see. Crystal said, chilling this weekend. Got my niece here with me this week. See, that's what I'm talking about. See, everybody doing the family thing. That's what I love to hear. Sauce says the weekend was smooth. Sammy says, what did I miss on X? I guess we should just get to that first, right? We might as well just get to that first. Let's go on over here. Let's see what we got here. Let's go to the bookmarks. Well, honestly, we could just go through the bookmarks. We don't even gotta. Well, we'll do the quarter zips, man. We'll do the quarter zips. Let's get to it. Let's get to it because there's a lot. There's some several things that I wanted to get to. I won't say it's a lot. There's several things that I wanted to get to. But yeah, my man Steph tweeted it out on the 18th, and that's when I bookmarked it. So yeah, guys. So the quarter zip trend has taken over the internet. We all know about it. All right. And if you check the scroller down there, you'll see the number to the Hotep History Hotline. You feel me? So call on in for this one. Rashad, you can expound on your anti-black rhetoric if you'd like. Anybody can call on in. 702-483-1566. Again, 702-483-1566. So for me, y'all, I'm not going to hold you. I enjoyed the trend. Now, I know I'm Uncle Doe at this point. Trust me, I'm Uncle Doobs. I know that I'm old man Doobs. I'm on my rocking chair on my porch. You feel me? Old man yells at cloud and all of that other shit. I don't like loud noises and shit. Like I'm at that age. I ain't even gonna hold you. I'm at that age where it's like I don't really like unless I'm creating the loud noise and it's music that I fuck with and shit like that, and it's in a controlled environment. You feel me? I'm not with all of that loud shit. So I'm getting into my older uncle bag, and I'm cool with that. So of course, being in my unk bag, I like to see young men in quarter zips and shit like that. Now, it's a clean look. Obviously, it's a look that I'm familiar with. This is a look that we pulled off when we were younger and that we do now. You know what I'm saying? This is a consistent look. This isn't a new look at all. You feel me? And so seeing the young guys getting into it, man, I thought it was dope. I thought it was dope. One of the things that I liked, and I think this is kind of what the other side of the argument was getting at, is that when you look good and you'll do good. When you look good, you'll do good. And while we can say the clothes don't make the man, because I believe that, right? We also understand about presentation. We also understand what it means to be presentable, approachable, right? And especially when it comes to Gen Z, Gen Z is very, very conscious of aesthetic. That's one thing we can give the kids. The kids are very, very cognizant and aware of aesthetic and how things look, how things are perceived, right? They're keen on that. That's one of the things that they have, right? What's going on, Cliff? Welcome. And so for me, I do believe the skits that you're seeing, the videos on TikTok that you're seeing are these young guys, and how it's almost like a shift in attitude based upon the clothes that they're wearing, right? And I think that's what people are getting a beat on. That's what they're noticing. Some of it is more obvious than others. But now that we are in quarter zips, now we want to wear shirt and tie. We want to speak a little bit differently. We want to present and behave in particular ways. We want to think differently and move differently. And that's a good thing. But one thing that I appreciate about it is that they are still keeping their individuality. They're still keeping who they are, their essence still there. As you can see, they're not trying to talk like this and blah, 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 blah. Like they still talk with the slang or the vernacular or the dialect that they have. They still are, themselves, but they understand the aesthetic and they understand the presentation. These things, again, just walking about life is going to garner more positive reaction and positive interactions with the general public than sagging your pants and covering up your face with a shiesty and shit like that. Like that's not an approachable aesthetic, and they understand that. As a matter of fact, when it comes down to streetwear, and I know Lade probably killed me for saying this, but who knows, he may not. Shout out to my man Lade. But when it comes down to, especially from the conversation that I had with him, because he's a streetwear or a street fashion, because he breaks down the difference between urban wear, streetwear, and street fashion. And so he archives vintage street fashion, right? And he breaks down the history of why, black people or young urban demographics were buying these type of preppy clothes and stuff like that and turning it on its ear and making it streetwear. Excuse me, making it street fashion. And so there is a way like that you approach these clothes to be able to make it your own, style it the way that you would want to wear it, right? And so that's what gives it its essence. That's what gives it its identity as far as you wearing it. And so I do understand the thought process behind street fashion, and in its different variations, whether it be urban wear or streetwear. I get it. However, when you look at a Lade, right, who takes this shit seriously, he has a real passion for it, does his knowledge on it, and then when he presents himself and when he wears the street fashion, he's not, if you would see him, he doesn't look unapproachable, right? He's gonna wear the crew neck sweater with the gold medallion. He got, sweats or jeans on or whatever it is. It's absolutely street fashion. However, you can wear the outfits that he's wearing to a quick meeting. You know what I'm saying? A little 15-20 minute lunch meeting or something like that. His jeans are not sagging off of his ass and shit like that. And not only that, when it's time to actually speak, Lade has he's really, he has a huge grasp on the English language. He's able to talk at different levels, and that's the reason why he's able to negotiate with movie studios, TV studios, and stuff like that to be able to have his clothes featured in period pieces and stuff like that, right? Doing very well for himself. So going back to the entire point, if these young guys are, wearing these clothes to give themselves a level of like a dignifying air to them, or making them feel like they're reaching the upper echelons of the of social status or society or whatever it is, based upon how they're conveying themselves to the world, I don't really see anything wrong with that. And so the discourse basically turned into them wearing this is basically just them being anti-black because of how the discarding of the Nike text or streetwear or whatever it is now an affront on black culture. And I don't think so, because I don't think that they're looking at it like it's inherently bad. And even if they are, like, honestly, so what? But if it was, discarding something that they just deem bad and gone to something worse, objectively worse, then I would, understand the argument. Like if they left the Nike text or whatever and then just went on to like motherfucking, I don't know, orange jumpsuits or some shit like that, something that makes their aesthetic even worse, then I would be like, well, you might as well put the motherfucking Nike text back on, gang. Like you know what I'm saying? But they're doing it in replacing it with quarter zips and shirts and ties and khakis. You feel me? So yeah, Sammy, it was crazy. This one of them woke, like I hate even using woke because they've bastardized the term, and I don't want to feed into the bastardization of the word, but this social justice warrior is what the classical term would be, modern day classical, right? This young black female social justice warrior basically had an issue with these young men, portraying this aesthetic online and, following this trend and stuff like that. And so for me, because I did this same thing when I was in high school, I had this, this fashion phase where I went to school every day in khakis, dress shoes, button up, polo, shirt and tie, quarter zip, cardigans, sweaters, whatever it is. And I carried a fucking briefcase. I took it all the way there. I was walking into school, like, and you know how the big schools is. You got the fucking linoleum floors and shit like that. So you can hear my dress shoes clicking and shit through the hallway. I got my fucking briefcase that I gotta open up like this and shit. You feel me? Absolutely nothing in the briefcase. Absolutely not. It's like a bunch of papers and shit in the briefcase, but I'm feeling fancy, nigga. I'm feeling like, productive. And I will say that while I hated school, I was more productive. And then of course all of the social clout that you get, like, oh, doe, you wearing da 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 da, like, and then you got the jokes, you got the people complimenting you, you got the people hating on it, like you got the whole gamut, right? But you feel good. You feel good. Not that you feel bad when I'm wearing a fucking sweatsuit right now. Like literally, I'm wearing a fucking sweatsuit, gang. Like, so it's like, I'm not sitting here saying that sweatsuits are bad. However, the one thing that I do appreciate about Gen Z, and maybe we did it too when we were kids. You feel me? Maybe we did it too when we were kids, like the wear and shit like that. We associated it with certain behaviors and all of that. These little niggas are associating the Nike Tech, the shiesty, and all of that shit, you feel me, with nefarious behavior, you feel me, immature behavior, maybe even some criminality, you feel me? And they don't want to be a part of that. You feel me? They want to change the narrative. And let's just say it's just a phase, that by next year this time they're going to be right back in Nike Techs or whatever, but let them have this. Let them enjoy it. To demonize it as something that's like anti-black or something, it doesn't make any fucking sense. That shit don't make no sense. At that point, you are admitting that you have low racial self-esteem. The young lady basically was saying that these young men here, in the quarter zips and shit like that, were basically performing in respectability politics and worried about their, quote, proximity to whiteness. Everything that I have noticed when it comes down to the terms respectability politics and proximity to whiteness, it is always associated with some shit that most people should be engaging in. And that is what I take the most offense. People don't understand how anti-black their pro-blackness is. That's the thing that bugs me out. These people will swear up and down, they will swear to you that they are pro-black. And then when you let them fucking speak, everything that they are saying is objectively anti-black. It's objectively going to long-term, short-term, micro and macro harm black Americans. To think that decency, civility, presentability, being approachable, being kind and having a grasp of the English language as being something that's white. And I want y'all to know something. It gets deeper. Like, a lot of black people don't know this shit, and that be the funny shit about it, because there's so many white liberals that be speaking for y'all, and y'all don't know that. I want to let you, all you fake pro-black people, the people I consider fake pro-black, white people are not listening to you. White people are listening to white liberals about what you're saying. So not only are you saying a bunch of bullshit, which is harming black America, these white liberals hear what you're saying, and then they end up saying shit like math is racist. Yes, that is a real thing that white liberals were pushing. Let me see if I can pull it up here. That's a real thing. I remember that. That was a real thing on the internet where they were saying math is racist. Straight up and down. And when it comes down to this shit, now everything that is supposed to be synonymous with black, particularly black American, it is now basically the worst type of person that you can be or would want to be. These people listening to the young, like people like the young lady speaking about black Americans and for black Americans, think you are too fucking stupid to get an ID to vote in elections. When you let these so-called pro-black people talk about black people publicly and speak for black people, their white liberal quote-unquote allies start writing articles about the shit that they're saying and, you come back and being like, what? Nobody, no. Like, there's no, how is math racist? How could that be? How could that possibly be? So here we go. Let me switch back here. Look at this. A pathway to equitable math instruction, dismantling racism in mathematics instruction. This is what it's come to. That simply the subject of math and maybe some of the instruction on it, because that's what it's going to be. They're going to tie it to implicit bias of white teachers or non-black teachers and how they teach math to black kids. Now there has to be a special way to teach little black kids math. All of the other races and stuff like that get to get regular math, right? Or at least the white, the non-Hispanic or non-black. That's usually who they care about. They don't really care about Asians because, come on, Asians in math? Come on. Let's not even do it, right? So little black boys and girls need to be taught mathematics differently than white boys and girls. Shit like that. And this is why when I talk about you so-called pro-black people, this is why I have so much disrespect for it, because what you're doing, your rhetoric, you're intellectualizing degenerate or degenerative behaviors, self-destruction. You're intellectualizing your own self-destruction. You're prescribing your own self-destruction. The way that you talk about yourself and the way that you talk about black people is almost always surrounded around how fucked up black Americans are. How fucked up their conditions are, therefore how fucked up the people are. You feel me? To where now, instead of what our ancestors were doing, there wasn't no nigga math. There was no black math. There was none. Right? So when I made the video about Dr. Woodard and his practical arithmetic book, right? His book was specific to Tuskegee's, daily operations and stuff like that, to bring it home for them. But that's just practical mathematics. Anybody can do that. You can plot practical mathematics inside your own home, inside your own classrooms, like however it works. Like you can immerse a child inside of mathematics without even having to focus on their race. Tuskegee was a largely an all-black school. So it wasn't the race of the subject that mattered, or like I'm talking about the literal, class subject that mattered. It was the teacher, if anything, right? And of course, the material itself. How well can we immerse the student into the material, into the curriculum? That's what it's all about. It's not about basically, in so many words, creating special education for black American kids in general. And that's what they're doing. All of these black liberals and these so-called pro-black people that get to talking about black American failure as if it's none of it is their fault. None of the literacy rates, the math rates, or anything like that among black kids or in black families, right? It's not about the black people, their emphasis or lack thereof of education in the household. It's not about the culture of your household and how you raise your children and stuff like that. It's simply the schools. And this is coming from somebody who absolutely thinks public school systems in America is absolute dog shit. And that's largely because when it comes down to these schools and the people who run it, who get voted in to run it, they get voted in based upon party lines instead of policy lines, and they get to run amok in the public school sector and do whatever the fuck they want. We watched the whole documentary where they were talking about in the 80s, public schools got a 900% increase in funding, and the large, lion's share of it went to administrators, people who would never be inside of a classroom. So we already know what we're dealing with when we're talking about public education. It's already a failure. You feel me? However, these so-called pro-black people are making it worse by saying, by virtue of us just being black living in America, we are destined to fail. That is a crazy ass prescription. That is a crazy ass description about your own people. And the most egregious part about it, it almost always, and I'm talking about almost always, comes from objectively exceptional black Americans. Black Americans who aren't a part of the failing class. By and large, you'll have some that's coming out of there because, again, it's layered. So while you may not get into any of these things, you make excuses for other people to do it until it affects you negatively. But we'll get to that in a second. So these messages are largely coming from people who are not deficient. That is the reason why they're able to intellectualize other people's deficiencies. And I'm not sitting here saying that the system is not to blame or the system is perfect or that there isn't some blame to be put on this shitty school system, for sure. But we cannot conclude that 85% of our children, okay, are not reading at grade level or doing math at grade level is just an end all be all total, failure of the system. That can't be it, because when it comes down to other races, when it comes down, and I'm not talking about even just white, I'm talking about other races, period, Hispanic, Asian, or whatever, you're not going to see those same levels. You're just not. So even with the dog shit public school system and all of that other shit, you can still pass it. It's not impossible to pass. Okay? So we do have an issue. And I think the people who are speaking about it and for it are either these so-called pro-black people who will intellectualize why black people are inherently inferior to everybody else and thinking they're being profound when they're saying that shit. But that's what their message is. They'll give you a bunch of word salad to conclude that we are worse than y'all and it's y'all fault. We can't do nothing about it. Y'all need to fix us. That is the message that these so-called pro-black people be trying to, get off. And then you got the people on the other side who are just like, demonizing, black people as inherently inferior for just different reasons. So while like I say, I told y'all this before, while the liberal is sitting there, intellectualizing the demonization of black people from their own fucking mouth, you got the same thing on the right with these people who are just demonizing black culture or demonizing the negatives of black culture, or excuse me, not black culture, but black people, negative black people or failing black people, and saying this is an indictment on all of black people. And then so now we're in this circle to where these two groups are speaking for us and they're both incorrect. They're both incorrect. And so I just don't appreciate how these motherfuckers do not be, either one of these groups do not be the group, but then will say, oh yeah, the group is bad, inherently bad. It's like, well, you are exceptional. You went to college. You did all of these things. You make more than the average salary. You do all of these different things. So how is it okay for you guys to make it, but not the average or the people that you're talking about, the people that's in poverty or failing in school? Like, why is that just their life? And I really want people to really think about how they view black Americans, specifically black Americans. When you think of somebody living in the ghetto, do you permanently place them there in your mind? Do you think that, like, does your mind automatically think that this person is going to live and die in their circumstance? If you do, you got to check that shit, especially if you come from those places and aren't going to end up back there or dying in those areas. You were able to rise yourself up. You were able to raise yourself up. You were able to improve your situation and your circumstances based upon your merit and your merit alone, maybe the support of others, help from others and stuff like that. But you were able to make it happen. And so it's disheartening to me when a bunch of motherfuckers who are not in the trenches, who are not in these situations, who don't have kids that are failing in school and shit like that, you feel me, to speak for the people that are, and then basically say like, yo, man, you got to give them money, you got to give them resources, you got to give them all of this shit. And it's like, yo, what about you? That's not what happened to you. That's not what happened. There was no sweeping legislation that made you pass classes. There was no quote unquote resources. So when motherfuckers say resources, they don't even know what the fuck they talking about. That's just another buzzword that they'll say. Niggas they don't even have inventory of the resources that are available now. They wouldn't even know what an increase of resources would look or feel like, because they're not even cognizant of the resources. So motherfuckers just run their mouth. Motherfuckers are still sitting there trying to tell me that the reason for the crime is poverty, and that's not true. Studies already show that that's not a determining factor. It can be one of them, but it's not the main one. It's not. There are plenty of people in the ghetto right now living in abject poverty who are not committing crime. The majority of people who are living in abject poverty are not committing crime. So that doesn't compute. While that can be a contributing factor, that's not a determining factor. You not having money in your pocket is not going to turn you into a murderer. That's not how that works. You dabbling in activities that will gradually get you into a place where you'll be ready to murder for nothing is what creates murderers. And so I agree, there should be more of the positive things in the neighborhood. But where we disagree, me and these two groups of people that I keep talking about, is the participation of the people to make that happen. See, motherfuckers in these ivory towers get to talking about the trenches and talking about the ghetto and talking about poor black Americans and shit like that, but then they don't do anything about it. In every ghetto, every black American ghetto, every black American low income area right now, there are organizations, committees, all types of bodies of people who are dedicated to the, redefining or, revamping, renovating of their neighborhoods. Volunteer your time, volunteer your money, volunteer something. All of these people just need your support. They'll take it from here. They've been studying it for years. They're in the middle of the neighborhood. They know exactly what their neighborhood needs. So if we really give a fuck, donate. Fuck with King Randall. Fuck with Rashid Littlejohn with the Green Campaign. Fuck with March to Rate. There are people right now who could use the support to help these places. But people don't. They just sit there and fucking, wax poetic about black plight, and they don't even be in it. They be so far removed from the shit that they get to fucking make up shit. They get to fucking harp on microaggressions. You think the ancestors worry about fucking microaggressions? Hell no. They were not worried about microaggressions, nigga. They was worried about real deal racism if they was going to worry about racism. Proximity to whiteness and all of that other shit, that's some goofy shit. They ain't fucking with that. That's not an issue for them. It's you niggas who want to do that. It's you niggas that want to, focus on respectability politics and shit like that. Motherfuckers the ancestors ain't had no time for that shit. Shape up or ship out. That's what the fuck it was about. I told y'all the rules in black towns. I told y'all, no, you could not be an able-bodied man and not have a job in a black town. What? You're getting kicked out. If you didn't get a fucking job, you were getting kicked out. You feel me? And so when motherfuckers get to conflating about what's actually pro-black and what's actually anti-black, 9 times out of 10, these so-called pro-black people be anti-black as fuck because of the way that they look at themselves, the way that they look at black people in general, but more defining the way they look at white people. They legitimately think that white people in general, as a whole, live high on the hog. They legitimately look like they associate white people with the upper echelons of society. They associate white people with the best of the best, the creme de la creme, 5-star treatment, 5-star amenities, 5-star lifestyles and shit like that, because of the images that they've been, been looking at since they were children. They fell for the pimping. They fell for the inferiority complex that they wanted you to have. They did. They won. Because now you are speaking your own destruction and think that because you're using a bunch of, college vocabulary words that you actually saying something. But all you doing is talking down on your own people. All you doing is intellectualizing what the Klan was saying about your ancestors. Ain't that a bitch? Your ancestors fought tooth and nail, killed and died to make sure that their name was good out here, that you understood the Black American body, and trust and believe. America did. Okay? And then you took all of that shit and was like, yo, fuck all of that. Fuck all of that. We downtrodden, we second class, we this, we that. And I'm telling you, if you take all of the flowery language away, if you take all of that shit away and you just talk about like bare bones what they are saying and what they're conveying to you, is that Black people are inherently inferior to white people. And white people need to do something about it. White people need to, that's why that whole shit about equitable and shit like that. We need some of your shit. Now, this is different from reparations. That's different. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes down to like the way that they are presenting themselves to the world, to the rest of the country at the very least, is that, we are inherently inferior. And you guys need to do something about that. Not us. We don't need to read more. We don't need to, be more serious about what we're doing. We don't need to be more intentional. We don't need to, look at the way that we are behaving and how we're thinking about ourselves. We don't need to do any of that shit. All of this shit is on your shoulders. You need to make us better. That's their argument. That's their argument. In so many words, that's what the fuck they're saying. And I just find that shit despicable, pathetic, and backward as hell. We were reading a beauty textbook, gang. We were reading a textbook out of Madam C.J. Walker's beauty school. And before the author of the textbook, I don't know if it was Madam C.J. Walker or one of her students or one of her staff or whatever it was, but the way that she even talked about beauty was based upon who you were and not what you were. It wasn't about all of this, the veneer. They was like, fuck all of that. We'll get to that in a second. But they broke down the characterization of what beauty means on the inside. The author of the textbook, who wrote the book, I forgot, it was 1940. She wrote the textbook in 1940 and said, we are living in the age of beauty. For all of you, when was America great for Black people? Again, ask the ancestors. According to that textbook, they were living in the age of beauty. And everything that they prescribed in that book before they even got to hair, makeup, and all this other shit, they were talking about who you were, your character. They talked about diet in there. They was basically saying that you're going to have improper or irregular digestion if you are nervous all of the time. That is intrinsically tied to your nervous system and your nerves. That beauty, starts from the type of person that you are, how you think about yourself, how you think about the world. This is a fucking textbook in a beauty school. So all around Black America, when it comes down to the ancestors, all around Black America in their writings, in their publications, in their illustrations, were time after time, instance after instance of uplifting themselves by encouraging them based upon their abilities and the things that God has given them as abilities, and being able to use those God-given talents to make a better way and a better life for themselves. That's what it was about. It wasn't about making white people see, who you are and all that other shit. That will come later. What is most important is that you know who you are and you live in that. You really live it. Really make your life better. You have the ability to do it. You know, we've read self-help books over here from the ancestors. We've read, instructional books from the ancestors. Like, we have read enough material just on the 3 episodes that we have so far from the ancestors. And y'all know, based upon the materials that we've read, primary sources out the wazoo's, dozens of primary sources, dozens, coming straight from the ancestors, written directly by the ancestors. And nowhere have y'all read with me on this show where the ancestors were sitting there putting all of this responsibility of Black American advancement on white people. You didn't read it. You've never read that over here. All of the prescriptions that Black Americans had for Black American advancement in the late 19th century, early 20th century was all about making sure that you could be the best person that you can be. That's what it was about. It was about character, okay? It was about you actually being somebody of note, somebody that can, be proud of the life that they're living. Being able to look at yourself in the mirror and be proud at what, what's staring back at you. That's what Black American advancement was. And then doing whatever you can to help your fellow man or your fellow woman to get to that point. It was not about petitioning white people and pulling at white people's heartstrings to be able to see the humanity in Black people and then maybe y'all can give us some fucking equity. It's like, why? When we can build our own shit. And when we come up against racism, governmental opposition and suppression and all of that other shit, we'll fight it on that front. That's what it was about. But sitting there trying to, make white people feel bad and shit like that, that's not what Black people was on. And you know what's so funny? All of this shit, I know it sounds cliche and I know it sounds like I'm like being pedantic when I'm saying it, but I'm legitimately telling y'all this shit. Like, yo, when it comes down to late 19th century, early 20th century Black Americans versus Black Americans from the late 60s to now, while we spend $2 trillion a year, obviously there are going to be some objective metrics that are better and shit like that. But in the things that mattered, like all of the things that mattered to Black Americans of old, of the past and shit like that, the things that they emphasized that were extremely important to the ancestors are things that are coming second to all of the things that the ancestors like really didn't put up there as far as the hierarchy of needs. Like I said, everything has been flipped on its ear. It's gone 180 to where now, instead of emphasizing family, God, education, enterprise, and group economics, voting for self-interest and all of that stuff, the things that have always been the foundational ethos of Black Americans, you dig what I'm saying? Now we're doing the complete opposite. Everything that the ancestors told you not to focus so much on are the things that we mainly are focusing on as a people. That's the reason why Black Americans are voting, pretty much blindly for Democrats. And you know what's even funnier about that shit? When you actually look at Black America in politics, 60% of Black American, like people who are eligible for voting, right? 60% of them in Black America do not vote at all. Do not vote at all. So what does that tell you? What it tells me is that there are a lot of Black Americans who do know and do understand that this two-party system, or the way Black Americans are playing inside of this two-party system is not something that they want to do. They're not participating. They're not seeing any real change. They're not seeing any real incentive to get into the game. Because the people who are telling them what their politics are bringing in a bunch of bullshit election cycle after election cycle by voting for the same people over and over again. Nothing has changed for them, so why would I get into the game? You feel me? Y'all keep saying this is what it is and whatever it is, like, fine, but I'm not really seeing it. I'm not really seeing it. And because the prescription for the past 60, 70 years is to vote Democrat, the whole shit is, it's like, we're going to vote Democrat this time and see what happens. That's it. We're going to see what happens. Hopefully it works. You know what I'm saying? If it don't, we'll get them next time. That's it. They look at this shit like a sports team. I'm trying to tell y'all. They're not looking at this situation like, yo, there's something that Republicans may be able to offer, or there's something that I can do to be able to get my needs met, my political needs met from these politicians. It's just bet on blue, just like the casino, bet on black or red, right? And hopefully the ball fucking stops or lands on the number that you bet on. That's it. Just imagine. That's that like how it is. If motherfuckers was really playing the political game, you would see a lot more diversification when it comes down to voting patterns and shit like that. And you would see a lot more of those 60% voting. You would. But I think a lot of people just know the fucking jig is up. The jig is up when it comes to that shit, man. So I personally think these motherfuckers are backwards, but you know, they gonna still keep getting, you know, limelight and shit. I'm just gonna do what I do what I know to do. Let's check the chat. Let's see. Oh yeah, shit. Heather says, Hotep Press Doe. What's going on, Heather? Source says, Doe was walking through that motherfucker like the superintendent. You better believe it. You better believe it, Source. I was in that motherfucker looking real authoritarian. I was looking real authoritative, excuse me. I was looking real authoritative in that motherfucker. You hear me? You damn right. What else we got? Sammy says, did we not read and see the pics of FBAs wearing preppy clothes? So to be quote unquote black is to only wear street clothes, a streetwear aesthetic. That's what I'm saying, Sammy. This is what happens when smart people hear stupid people's rhetoric, no matter how they try to intellectualize it. Straight up. The rhetorical takeaway is always going to be like, oh, so you're fucking dumb? Oh. You know what I'm saying? Sammy says, it's all a spectrum of our expression. We are not relegated to one style to define us. Exactly. Exactly. You know? Vincent says, you're letting them dumb you down, man. It's so crazy, man. Literally. Look at this shit, man. This shit is fucking crazy. Equitable math. Equitable math. What does that even mean? I still don't even know what that means. Says, too many of them want to be the favorite, anointed ones of the race. Kinda effed up that I never hear the Latinos or Asians talk like this. I ain't gonna lie, man. I don't know what the Asians and the Latinos doing. And you know what? While I do believe that, it's not lost on me that other people are hearing these black voices talk about us. I told y'all that. A lot of this shit be, you know, translations, mistranslations, or whatever it is from white liberals listening to black liberals, and then the white liberals go and do shit like this. You know what I'm saying? Just look at this shit. They got Son on here looking extra sad and shit. They got this is the poster child for racist math. A black kid with his head down looking demoralized. And y'all be thinking I'm tripping when I talk about this demoralization shit. What do you think this image does to the people who see it? The teachers that are going to see it, the students that may see it, the administrators that may see it. This is how they view black students. This is the image of black students. Y'all don't think this plays a part in all of this stuff? That they get to intellectualize, because, you know, pictures, you know, are worth 1,000 words, right? So in this photograph, we got this young black boy looking demoralized, downtrodden, and upset because math is racist. And we need to do something about it. This is what I'm talking about. This is the message. We are inherently inferior. You have to change mathematics for us. Like, fuck the fact that we've had decorated, you know, physicists and scientists and doctors and brilliant minds. First open heart surgery was a black man. You feel me? We had an entire episode about Black American genius. So when it comes down to this, like, we forsaking all of that. We're forsaking all of the high performing, high achieving, black people in this country, and adopting this to be our image for our kids. What is this shit even saying? I'm interested. I'm curious. So it says dismantling racism in mathematics instruction. We're not about to go through this shit. I just wanted to see. This too provides teachers an opportunity to examine their actions, beliefs, and values around teaching mathematics. The framework for deconstructing racism in mathematics offers essential characteristics of anti-racist math educators and critical approaches to dismantling white supremacy in math classrooms by making visible the toxic characteristics of white supremacy culture with respect to math. What? Building on the framework, teachers engage with critical praxis in order to shift their instructional beliefs and practices towards anti-racist math education. By centering anti-racism, we model how to be anti-racist math educators with accountability. I want to know what they mean by white supremacists, like white supremacy in math classrooms. Like, I want to know what a white supremacist math equation looks like. Unless they're legitimately like failing black kids, you know what I'm saying? Simply off the strength of them being black, I don't get this. And this is all about dismantling racism inside of math. Y'all went to school. Can y'all tell me, please, somebody educate me. Did y'all feel racism in math class? You feel me? Like, I want to know, like, when did y'all experience racism in math? Like, I'm not, like, maybe they're talking about racist teachers, but it don't sound like it. That it sounds like the curriculum itself is racist, that is rooted in white supremacy. Can y'all tell me if y'all have had math curriculums that were rooted in white supremacy? Am I fucking tripping? Like, I don't think that I am. I was in classrooms from K through 12, just like everybody else. I don't remember that shit. Let's see. Jason says talking down on their own. Yep. Vincent says personal responsibility. I got my target emojis early in the game. Got mine a little bit before, an hour into the stream. Shout out to Vincent. My youngin' Mike says your monologues be fire. Thank you, man. I just be ranting. I just be up here ranting. So yeah, man. Make sure y'all call in too. Make sure y'all call in. 72. It's at the scroll right here. It's about to scroll by. 702-483-1566. Call a man. Call a man. Call a man. So yeah, that was that, man. I appreciate the young brothers. I think that they are doing a good thing. I don't think it's bad at all. I think people are just bent out of fucking shape because at this point in the 21st century, you gotta really you gotta dig deep. You know what I'm saying, to get the racism. Like, that's what they want. They're literally seeking the racism that their ancestors went through. And because they can't get it for real, they're not about to get dog sicked on them and shit like that. And I know you're thinking like, Hotep, they don't want that to happen to them. I know they don't. But they want something equivalent to it. They want to feel like they overcame some, overarching oppression that's outside of their own goddamn mind. They got it, like they're forcing the hero's journey through a racial lens, and it's unnecessary because you can still have your hero's journey with if you deal with a little bit of racism and shit like that throughout your life. I mean, I told y'all, racism ain't going nowhere. Buckle up. Buckle up, bucko. You are not about to never deal with racism. That's life. To think that you're about to live a whole full life and not deal with somebody hating you. Why is hating you for your skin color the end all be all to hate? People hate people for, I'm talking about real deal hate people. Like, I hate that motherfucker's voice. I hate this motherfucker for this reason. I hate this motherfucker for that reason. Why is hating the motherfucker because of the fucking color of their skin the worst type of hate? Because motherfuckers make moves and attack people based upon hate of all types, not just racist hate, not just race hate. You know what I'm saying? So shit, you better get used to it. You know what I'm saying? You better fortify yourself. Racism is going nowhere, sir. Believe it. Sammy says, but beyond that, the schools where this is implemented, are the kids passing? Because it's a ton of inner city schools with this nonsense in place where the kids aren't proficient in math or reading. And that's another thing. Sammy's not talking about the quarter zips. He's talking about the equitable math classes and shit like that. And you know what's so funny about that shit, Sammy? I really do think it's contributing to the failing of black students in math. Ironic, ain't it? That all of this equitable math bullshit that's supposedly helping these black students, get better at math and shit, is actually making them worse at math. Ain't that a bitch? And everybody keeps thinking the government is the people to keep listening to. Everything that they be trying to put on you niggas to fucking help you be harming the fuck out of you. It be damn near doing the complete opposite of what it was set out to do, and y'all keep believing these people. Y'all wouldn't fuck with an individual like that. At least I hope you wouldn't. That every single time this motherfucker say he about to do something for you, he do it, and it like produces the exact opposite result that you wanted. You feel me? Like, that shit is crazy. Like, motherfucker say, yo, I'm gonna come pick you up. Motherfucker pull up to you, and when he pull up to you, his fucking car break down, and now you gotta pay for an Uber. For the both of y'all. And you like, well, shit, nigga, I ain't need you. Like, I could do bad by my fucking self. Like, I didn't need you to, like, come through to have me pay that money. Like, you just came through and just made shit worse. Like, you feel me? I done paid you to come here. I done helped you and I filled up your tank, gave you $40, filled up your tank. You feel me? You come here with a full tank of gas that I just paid for and break down. The car breaks down in front of my crib, and now I gotta pay not only for my Uber, but yours. That's what it's like getting fucking help from the government. Like, that's what that shit looked like to me. But anyway, yeah, man, I haven't talked about this, but son, this shit is fucking crazy. This ad, yeah, this is the 18th. So, Mom Donnie hit you with the gotcha bitch immediately, gang. He hit y'all with the finesse immediately. He wasted no fucking time.
It's been 2 weeks since we won the election. We've been pretty busy.
Rejects the Democratic Socialist Zoran Mamdani.
Too often, this is a time of just celebration as opposed to preparation. We want to make it both.
A lot of these things are new, but one of them is pretty old, fundraising. But why are we fundraising? Well, we have less than 50 days until we take office, and we have a lot to do. We have to vet the 50,000 resumes we've received. Thank you. We have to keep paying our incredible team. Thank you. And we have to plan not just our inauguration, but our policy implementation. Now, unlike the campaign, transitions do not get public matching funds from the city. So that 8-to-1 match, gone. It's up to us to raise the money. Usually campaigns take that as an opportunity to rely on wealthy donors, but that's not us. You've already been incredible. We've raised more than $1 million in just 2 weeks. Our average donation is around $77, and more than 12,000 of you have donated so far, which is much lower than the last administration's transition. But we're still asking for your help because we need to raise $4 million in total.
$4 million in total. Ladies and gentlemen, this is socialism. The people tried to tell you. This month, y'all fell for the pimping. Yo, listen, I hope that being here, I have done my job in showing you the psyops. That's what I'm here to do. Okay, shout out to my brother Goldstein. Okay, he can, like I told you, he can spot a psyop from a mile away. Okay, and what I'm trying to tell you people is that this motherfucker was pimping New York City the entire time. And don't get me wrong, he's not special in this. There's so many Democrat socialists and shit like that. His OG is more than likely like Bernie Sanders or some shit like that. They've been talking this shit for decades, for ages, right? And that makes it even more egregious because it's not even like this is the first time somebody that came through in American politics and said all of the shit that he said on the campaign trail. That shit should just be free. Public services should be fucking free. People should be able to just have their basic needs met for free and all this other shit. Yo, listen, man, that shit has been pimping as old as time at this point. Real shit, right? And these motherfuckers got hype off the fact that we are going to be able to live for free in these different pockets of life. And immediately after they elected this man, he is asking them for more money. He's asking you people who he told this shit is going to be free. All of this shit was going to be free under my fucking rule, under my watch. And then you quickly learned that free, okay, meant you pay for it. I know, right? The complete fucking opposite. The complete fucking opposite of what the government fucking promised you. Shocker. But yeah, all of this shit is going to be free, gang. Don't worry about it. Free buses and shit. You're going to have state-owned grocery stores and all of that shit. You're going to have the state be able to make sure all of this shit is regulated right. Nothing is going to be expensive. You feel me? And immediately was like, yeah, we need $4 million from you. Come up off of $4 million. Immediately. How is free $4 million? I don't understand that. Can somebody explain that to me? How does free equal $4 million needed from the people? And then wants to say we're not relying on wealthy donors. You mean the people that will be in better positions to give you this $4 million? You trying to fucking get it out of fucking Joe Public, motherfucker? Like what? The nigga that's making 70 grand, 60 grand, you want to get it out of him? Eggs and all of this shit is the price that it is. We need to get it out of him. And I told y'all before, when it comes down to the government and shit, the wealthy, the super wealthy motherfuckers who are going to write off whatever, be able to, borrow against their assets and not pay taxes on that shit and all of that fly shit that wealthy people are able to do. Wealth, creative financing is what they call it, right? And then the dirt poor people who are already subsidized by the government anyway, those two groups of people are not going to feel this shit. It's going to be the people, like I said, just above poor and just below ultra rich that is going to have to deal with all of this shit. And now he needs $4 million to transition. And then going to guilt you a little bit and being like, well, it was much less than the last guy. Yeah, so that's just the way the cookie crumbles, Mom Donnie. Like, what the fuck, son? Like, I for the life of me. And I'm not even like the most intelligent motherfucker. I'm not no dummy. I'm not a dummy by any stretch. But how are people falling for this? I don't get it. I do not get it. I understand, and I'm not trying to be biased here, but I understand these blind Republicans and shit like that more than I understand this shit. Because I come from these different areas where these types of people are running the places that I lived and shit like that. So I know what it feels like to be under these people's rule and regime. It's not fun whatsoever. You feel me? So for me, it's just like, I don't know what it's like in red counties or red districts or red states and shit like that, or red cities rather. But over here, gang, this shit is like clear rob. Like they just be dead ass be like, yo, stick them up. They make you feel good while robbing you. They massaging your back while telling you, give me everything that you fucking got, or I'm going to throw you in jail. And motherfuckers is like, okay. Insane to me. I don't get it. I do not understand it. This motherfucker begging immediately.
So January 1st can be the day we start to deliver, not start to prepare. I hope very soon not to have to ask you for money.
I hope very soon. I hope I won't have to ask you for more money. You know what happens when a fucking politician tells you that he or she hopes something doesn't happen? It's gonna happen. It's almost guaranteed to fucking happen. I'm telling you that off the dribble.
But until then, I'm asking for you to go to transition2025.com and give whatever you can to help build a New York that everyone can afford. This is your city, and I can't wait to get to work.
Man, the fuck out of here.
No, I'm kidding.
Fuck out of here. I don't want to hear that shit. That is complete fucking rubbish. That is rubbish. I am not gonna hold you, son. That's fucking rubbish. You motherfuckers are sitting here trying to get. I be wanting to know, son. Where's this shit working? And you know what? What makes it so fucking retarded to me is that you can 100% practice your little fucking socialism in your own community without having a fucking politician pushing that shit. You can just choose to do that. I told you the ancestors had co-ops and all types of, collective ownership in particular establishments and shit like that. It was owned by a collective of private fucking citizens. But yeah, socialism nonetheless. You dig what I'm saying? So it's like you don't need the government to intervene to have you do that shit. I feel like that's so backward. I feel like that's so backward. But listen, man. Let's see. Let's check the chat. Sammy says he's gonna squeeze the middle class for every drop. That's a fact. We can see it. We can see it. He is going to rob them. Heather says, my shocked face. The millionaires got the bread to bounce. The middle class is stuck and getting stuck with the bill. That's what I'm saying. Every single time. Every single time. Super poor people are they're not paying these bills, yo. They're not. Super poor people get refunds from the government as far as taxes. So it's like when it come down to this shit, yo, y'all are going to be hit with the bill. I'm telling you, and y'all keep voting for it. Consistently voting against your own self-interest is so fucking crazy to me. But hey, man, whatever. What else we got here? Oh my God, y'all. Oh my God. Hold on. Let me full screen this shit. Transition. Look at this shit, y'all. Look at the title. So y'all know I'm not bullshitting. This is what I'm talking about. Let's get into it.
The entire concept of logic
Oh, shit.
is anti-Black. But let's zoom out for some context. Western philosophy built its idea of reason by defining who wasn't rational. To be logical meant being European, male, and civilized.
To be logical meant to be European, male, and civilized. No other look. Yo, son, y'all think I'm bullshitting. This is what I'm talking about. This is exact example of what I'm fucking talking about right here. Y'all thought I was bullshitting. You thought I ain't had proof. Oh, no, it's right here, gang. I'm trying to tell you, this is a black person. I hope it's AI. I hope it's AI. I hope this shit is AI. I really do. Right? But this black person is sitting here trying to tell you that having logic, operating with logic, is anti-black. Anti-black. Not even like it's a white invention or whatever. You feel me? Because of like European and all this other shit, right? No, it's anti-black. You see the difference? Let's listen to this shit.
It's everything Blackness was imagined not to be.
Because white people imagined black people to not have logic, that means logic is anti-black. If I think intelligence, having money, having status and shit, you're not capable of doing it because you're black, is now being intelligent and having money and being wealthy anti-black now? Shit, person to person. Sammy, if I don't think you can take care of your family, or you have the ability to build wealth or be able to be a pillar in your community, does taking care of your family, building wealth, and being a pillar of your community become anti-you now? Or is it just me hating on you? Being a fucking hater? But because these motherfuckers think the white man's ice is colder, therefore his reasoning is more sound, if they believe black people to not have logic, then that must mean logic, because they have it, is anti-black. Not that they hating on black people. Not that they're fucking just lying on black people. You feel me? I don't even know how true that is or whatever, but racism exists, right? We're going to throw away, instead of throwing away the racist and the racist rhetoric, we're going to throw away the logic.
That's why Afro-pessimists and decolonial thinkers argue that colonialism didn't just seize land. It seized the...
What the fuck is a Afro-pessimist? What the fuck is an Afro? Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you, gang. I fell for it. I might have fallen for it, Cliff. When I zoomed in on the big screen, I saw the AI in it immediately, Cliff. You might be right, gang. You might be right. This might be a psyop. And you know what's ironic about this shit? It's coming from one of those fucking return Western man ass videos. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you, Cliff. I said it. As soon as I zoomed in on this shit, I figured this shit was AI, bro. I'm glad you caught that too. Real shit. I don't know what happened.
Right to define truth itself. In epistemologies of the South, the seizure of the right to define truth itself is referred to as epistemicide. This is where Western rationality survives by silencing every other way of knowing.
Yeah, nah, this is fucking AI. The background is like doing that frizzle shit. You know, where it's like the fucking AI is like generating the image as it's happening. Yeah. They might have got me, but it's cool.
Leah Rivera's book goes on to expose.
I completely reject this shit, but hold on. Let me put this on mute and just watch it. Yeah, this is psyop shit. This is psyop shit for sure. But this is what I'm talking about. It being AI doesn't even, like, it really doesn't make it any better. You feel me? It actually makes it worse. Because this is the type of shit that they're pushing out there. And I wonder if the girl, because I didn't see the video of the girl saying that quarter zip shit was anti-black, but could this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Psyop shit. Psyop shit. But the psyop works because this is that same black liberal, black leftist rather, rhetoric. Those are real books and shit like that. And they just use a digital avatar that's more visually appealing. Now, I don't know if a white or a black person created it. At this point, it's inconsequential because it's still going to go and do what the fuck psyops do, right? So no matter who posted it, white or black, it's still an issue, right? But I told y'all, these pages right here, these like pro-white pages and shit like that, you feel me? They are literally posting this shit to show how ridiculous black people are, right? But the rhetoric that's being said in this shit that's not coming from a white person. And if it is, that means a black person is adopting this shit. I'm not even talking about the AI person, but the black people that I hear repeat this type of shit are the people that's falling for the psyop, and then they push the psyop on the other people. That's a fact. But all of those books and all of that shit, yeah, those are real books. Now, what's next? Oh, let's get some good shit because we got more bad shit, and then after that we'll get to the feature presentation in a little bit. So I found this video. Shout out to Chad O. Jackson and the MLK Project and all of the work that he's doing. And this video taught me something. I told you I'll be learning.
Just about.
Who single-handedly pulled off.
I'll be learning a lot. I really do make it a point to fucking educate myself. So this video is about an educator, a Black American educator, who did some extraordinary things in the 70s, I want to say.
So I wanted to introduce the viewers to Marva Collins, the woman who single-handedly pulled off what her local school system could not.
I just felt that there were far too many children being recruited for failure, far too many excuses being used for not educating children. So I decided to start my own school.
Westside Preparatory School was born September 8, 1975, located in Marva's Westside Chicago home.
This day has been given to me. This day has been given to me. I can either use it, or throw it away. I promise that it shall be used.
When I heard the affirmations that she had the kids doing,
I will be superior in my ability,
it really makes me sad.
in my thoughts, in my deeds, and in my actions. And you must be.
It does make me sad because now, instead of kids getting the affirmations,
educators shared tips on how to educate students about Black Lives Matter.
they go in, it's like, I'm oppressed, the white man is my oppressor, there's white supremacy everywhere, and I need to tear America down because that will solve all of my problems because I'm Black.
Yo, I'm trying to tell you, this is what they're saying to the general public. This is the what they're sent, like when they hear the shit these black liberals be saying, okay, and how you see, everybody sees the demoralization except these people. Everybody sees how you're fucking these children's minds up by telling them that they're inherently oppressed, that they're inherently inferior, that they're inherently, a victim of racism or a victim at all. This is what you're doing to the babies. You're demoralizing them. And as you can see, Miss Marva, she saw that shit in the 1970s. This is what I'm trying to tell y'all. She saw that in the 1970s, was like, fuck that. I'm about to create my own school in the crib. She created her own private institution inside of her home to educate black babies. Started the classrooms with classes with affirmations about their abilities. Black woman. Because back then, they were seeing it. I'm trying to tell y'all. Everything that my research is letting me know that after 1965, shit went haywire. Shit went haywire, and black people like Miss Marva and Reverend Joseph H. Jackson and Reverend Henry Mitchell and Samuel B. Fuller. Well, Samuel B. Fuller alive then? But people like them. We're like, yo, no, this is what we need to be doing. We need to be focusing on, making sure our babies don't walk around thinking that they're second-class citizens and that they don't have any ability. Because ancestrally, the ancestors, y'all remember, we go over the oath of the Negro American youth and the things that they were saying. That was the affirmations of the early 20th century. And Miss Marva's given the late 20th century version. And the young lady in the video that Chad is interviewing or, talking with, she's saying that she's sad because she knows the complete opposite is being taught to black babies specifically in these schools today. It's the complete opposite. You can't. You won't. You don't. Simply because you're black. Nothing more, nothing less. All you are is your skin color. That's it. And you expect these kids to perform when you spent all day demoralizing them simply because of how they look. This is I cannot stress to you people enough how racist this is against your own people. That you think this is the proper thing to tell a baby.
Milwaukee Public Schools participates in Black Lives Matter Week. Teachers around the country focus on educating students with a more equitable learning experience.
On top of this mass compulsory Russian model that's not built for children to learn anyway, black children, and particularly on the bottom, because they are learning that because they're black, they can't do anything.
Why would a police officer assume that you did something bad? Maybe because of my skin color.
What the schools have done in effect is,
look at that. Like they are turning demoralizing black babies into content. There are people getting paid. Somebody got paid for that. The cameraman got paid. The people that brought the lights. This is a full production at the expense of that girl's psyche and how she views herself. They're literally scaring her. Scaring her, yo, for money. For profit. They're monetizing a child's fear. This shit is Monsters, Inc., yo. Dead ass. This is Monsters, Inc. These motherfuckers are ridiculous, yo. And then I don't know if that's her mom there. Like, yo, this is not helping her. You are literally making this little black girl cry for what? For what? What is the fucking, like, you making her, like, yo, you are scaring this little black girl for no reason. I am almost willing to bet that this young lady is still alive and breathing today and has not been killed by a police officer. But her brain chemistry and how she's looking at herself has been forever changed by the shit that she's been told with Black Lives Matter week in school. Insane shit.
Classify skin color as an excuse, as a debilitating handicap. Marva would be repulsed by this if she were alive today.
Facts.
Here was an educator who didn't accept excuses in her classroom.
People attribute really what I do as being a miracle when it's simply hard work and preparation.
Hard work and preparation. This is what I'm trying to tell you. The people who walk around with that ancestral emphasis on education does not overcomplicate the situation, because that's another way to demoralize somebody. You hitting motherfuckers with a bunch of shit. That's why that word salad shit be fucking people up, because they don't know how to fucking just sit, like, bob and weave that shit and slip that shit. They get bombarded with the word salad because the whole point of word salad is to confuse you. The whole point of word salad is to confuse you. To be brought down so many different paths of logic based upon the phrases, the words, and everything that they're saying, an abundance of it. So you really don't even know what the fucking conclusion is, and then they can conclude to you what the fuck it is. But they're just saying words. Over here on the ancestral side, Miss Marva is like, yo, hard work and preparation. That's it. 3 words. Hard work, preparation. That's it.
Other teachers can get the same results that I get by developing a positive attitude. And I think once we stop striving to be better and settle for average, then that's about it.
This woman was like ahead of her time. Listening to what she had to say, you could see that she was very determined to not just educate them. She was determined to build character.
I'm not going to let you fail, so sit down and succeed.
I'm not going to let you fail, so sit down and succeed. Fam, this is what the fuck Black America is missing. I talked about Black educators. I've talked about them extensively, and I tell y'all how they were pillars of the community. This woman literally turned her home into a school because she was tired of seeing the children in her neighborhood not get an adequate education, and she was also tired of the fucking excuses as to why they were failing, as to why they weren't performing. I'll handle it. I'm going to prove y'all wrong with y'all bullshit. I'm going to start a fucking school in my living room, affirming to these black babies every day that they have the ability to do any and everything that they want to do and that they put their mind to. I'm going to make sure that these children succeed, because the makings of a good teacher is not the salary. It's not anything like that. It's the actual aptitude of your students. So if your students are not fucking smart, then you're a terrible fucking teacher. And what does she say? I'm not going to let you fail, so sit down and succeed. Success is the only option in this classroom. You would have to go out of your way to be a failure, which at that point, you know, is a failure of your upbringing and all this other stuff. You know, a teacher can only do but so much. You feel me? But as your teacher, because I have that affinity that I tell y'all all of the time, the affinity that the teachers have plays a major role in this.
Chicago, even then in 1975, 1981, was not exactly a pleasant place to be with regard to crime, with regard to, you know, all the things. But she was able to go in and take these kids that were rejected by the Chicago public school system, be it because of learning deficiencies or behavioral issues, and she was able to get them to actually care about their education and to be upstanding people, so to speak. But for her to say that, no, that's not a miracle, that's actually hard work and dedication, what mindset do you think that exposes?
I think it exposes that if you put in place a set of conditions that are already low bar, there's nothing to excel to.
Now the witches predict, but Macbeth determines. People predict anything they want, but only we can determine whether it comes true or not. I can say, oh, you're so stupid, but that's my prediction, but only you can make it come what? That's why we should never let people tell us what we can, what we can't, what?
Oh my goodness, yo. Simple lessons that kids need to hear. There's nothing that you can't do. Simple shit.
You can determine what happens. Now,
this glorious day, the earth is shaking. Hallelujah.
And you know what's even crazier about this? These are outcasts of the public school system. These were kids who got expelled or suspended or whatever it was, and were told that they were deficient. Especially, you know what I'm saying, deficient. And a lot of the time was because the public school system is fuck shit. Like I've been saying, this is in 1975 that she did this, right? So the public school system has been dog shit. I keep trying to tell y'all that, right? And she's sitting here saying like, nah, dog, like y'all not about to throw these babies away. So give them to me. And look what she's saying to them on a day-to-day basis.
Hallelujah. And I will join the unending hymn. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Yeah, all the words, because this song is crazy.
Hallelujah.
Shout out to Miss Marvin. Like Miss Marvel really was that lady, yo. I appreciate that. Real shit. And I did not realize the theme of my bookmarks. I really just be, just bookmarking shit as I see them and stuff like that. But I did not even notice the theme when we were talking about the quarter zips and how that ties into this. You feel me? So yeah. Let's see. Let's check the chat. Sammy says this BS provokes black depression and white rage. Exactly. Keep stoking the flames of the race relations and all of that other shit. Demoralize black people, enrage white people, and then when you have somebody that's demoralized and enraged clash, what do you think happens? Right? Vincent said it reminds me of when Cliff was talking to Theo on the Cosby Show. You gotta let me know about that episode. I don't be remembering. Ofer Show says, as a product of Chicago public schools in the 90s, the education is bad, but I will say I had mostly black teachers, so that helped. I will say that too. Shout out to my black teachers that I had in the 90s and early 2000s. You feel me? For sure. I'll give them that. You know what I'm saying? I'll definitely give them that. But at the end of the day, like if you are going to buy into the fucking psyop, you got a bunch of people that will affirm to you that you ain't shit. They will affirm to you that you ain't shit, you ain't gonna be shit, and that's just what it is. But if you are going to be somebody like Miss Marva Collins, I think her last name was Collins, right? Then you are going to do the complete opposite. I keep telling you, the easiest way to describe on how to win the game is just do the opposite of what is prescribed to you by the general public, because the general public don't know what the fuck they're doing. I told y'all that 54% of American adults cannot read past the 6th grade level. Straight up and down. They cannot read past a 6th grade level, which means their comprehension, their reasoning, their levels of logic, okay? The things that you need to actually function in this fucking world as an adult to be able to think and see clearly, they haven't gotten it past the 6th grade level. Have you talked to a 6th grader lately? Not, an exceptional one. This is an average, regular, degular sixth grader. And try to just imagine trying to have a full-blown, responsible adult conversation with a 12-year-old. Like, just fathom that. That you got to talk to a 12-year-old about super serious shit and then expecting them to be able to respond to you in kind. That is what it's like to talk to 54% of American adults. You feel me? That's fucking insane. So no wonder 85% of the babies are not reading at grade level or doing math at grade level. Look at the fucking material. Look at their parents. 54% of the parents do not know how to fucking read past 6th grade. One of the things that I've been noticing about millennials is the fucking arrested development that millennials have. Motherfuckers want to be forever young. Worse than any, like millennials, when it's time for millennials to really get into that midlife crisis bag, it's going to be bad. Because some of the younger Gen X people, they in that bag right now and they are losing it. They are absolutely losing it. You know that older cousin that's like 10 years older than you? Them motherfuckers, 15 years older than you. And they still like outside doing crazy shit despite being like 55 or some shit. When millennials get 55 or in their 50s, late 40s and shit, it's about to be a whole new bag of midlife crisis. I'm telling you that for a fact. Because millennials as a generation did not have to grow up. Now, motherfuckers are going to sit here and talk about the boomers and how the real estate and all of that shit. I agree. I dig it. Right? But that, again, goes back to what Miss Marvel was saying. None of that shit is supposed to fucking dictate how or who you are as a person. That's insane. And I'm just thinking about like, millennials being the cops, millennials being the judges, in local, circuit courts and shit like that, all the way up to the Supreme Court and shit, like millennials being the adults in the room. And that's why when I see teachers, that fucking teacher that be changing his clothes and shit, like, well, not changing his clothes, but showing all his outfits for the week. Like, when I see a teacher that's more focused on his fucking outfits than him caring about his fucking students, because he don't post, if he does, I don't know if he posts them at all, but I know on Twitter, he don't post that shit. At this point, he understands that it's rage bait. I don't think the first time he posted it, he thought of it as rage bait. But now, because of all of the hate that he's getting, it's like, well, it's engagement. You feel me? So now he does it, I'm pretty sure, like on a weekly basis or whatever to, show, like, give content to people that do like it, but rage bait the people that don't. You think Miss Marva gave a fuck about her day-to-day outfits? Miss Marva gave a fuck about the students. She's on camera. It ain't like she ain't getting camera clout. She on camera. So it's not like she's just some unknown person that's in the back somewhere. No. They got cameras on her. And what she's not doing is dancing, shucking and jiving, and showing like, yo, look at my outfit today, y'all. No, she's talking about, yo, get me, record me doing what I do with the babies, encouraging them and telling them that they can do all things. Telling them, sit down. You're going to succeed in here. The camera's on her. Why she ain't use that shit to talk about her? Why she ain't use that shit to try to boost her profile? You know why? Because she gave a fuck about her station. She gave a fuck about her occupation. She gave a fuck about the kids. It wasn't about her. It was about making sure that these kids who have clearly been neglected by the public school system actually gets the proper education. That was what the most important thing. And these motherfuckers is just sitting there like, nah, do story time and get dressed with me and let me record my face while I'm talking to my students, talk about they moms and all this other shit. It's like, yo, everything is for clout. We are in a clout economy. It don't even pay that well. The conversion, like between $1 USD and one clout chip or whatever, clout coin or whatever the fuck, You think streams is bad, nigga. Cloud is not that valuable. You got to get a lot of it to be able to transfer that shit into some type of dollar. But actually doing the work, that's damn near 1-to-1. That shit is like the gold standard, nigga, the work standard. You feel me? So that's how I look at this shit, man. And finally, I think we have more. Like, but I already touched on pause, like the whole reading shit. So Jewels, and I talked about it on Rashad's Space. I think everybody agrees that Jewels doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't about to even dignify that. But, and shout out to Jewels, you know what I'm saying, as a rapper. He's just not as a fucking arbiter of what black kids need. Let's check the chat. Vincent says most of them babies don't have anyone to challenge them and believe in them. That's a fact. Vincent says when Theo came home with D's, Dubes, and was making excuses about learning in school. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't remember too many Cosby episodes. Episodes. Sammy says, yeah, the motives are made manifest by 1, the outcomes, and 2, the selfless focus on the kids. That's it. Simple math, yo. Like, this shit really, I be trying to tell y'all, yo. You do not have to be a fucking big brain genius. And you know what's so fucking crazy? That in 2025, just operating on sound, consistent logic, and common sense will have you looking and sounding like a fucking genius. Dead ass. And so it's like, that's how low the bar is, yo. That's how low the bar is. 85% of the babies can't fucking read. 54% of the adults can't fucking read. Everybody, like, if you know how to conjugate a fucking verb, nigga, you fucking Webster out this bitch. You feel me? You fucking Einstein. So it's just like, that's why I'm like, man, I can't fuck with it, man. Like, I'm going to keep pushing what I'm pushing, but I'm definitely not about to sit here and act like this shit is like super upper echelon of fucking intellect and shit like that, bro. Like, I'm not dumb by any stretch, like I said, but it's like, to think that I am like this immaculately genius person is like, thank you, but I don't think so. I just think that I'm operating with logic and common sense, and so many people don't. Safe to say that most people don't. And that's just that's crazy to me, son. That's crazy. And so for the last thing, yeah, I'm going to give this a little bit of clout and then we out of here because I got something. We're going to end on a positive note. All right, so the second to last thing that we're going to go over is this shit right here, gang. Oh, my goodness. So the caption is what, like, really got to me. And I was just like, what the fuck are these niggas talking about? You feel me? Now, this could be another page. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, can we check? Can we check on the country of origin? I'm trying to tell y'all, I knew that shit was a psyop too. Let's go to this person's page real quick and see what country they based in. Let's see what country they based in. Do they have it on desktop yet? Can you do it on desktop? Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, United States. All right, copy. So let's get back to it. So she says, so she's talking about the Wilmington riot in 1898. You know what I'm saying? We talked about it before, you know, and when we were talking about them, like Rosewood, Greenwood District, you know, all of these different places and stuff, right? So she says in 1898, and they wonder why we don't have shit now. One riot that happened in one city over 100 years ago is the reason why we don't have shit now. Demoralization off the rip. I try to tell y'all, using history too. They love to use history, especially obviously racist history, you know what I'm saying, to define Black America. That's what they love to do. So 1898, and they wonder why we don't have shit now. Oh, my bad. We caught back up on that ass. We ain't our ancestors. Try that shit now as we are building again. Ladies and gentlemen, I ain't gonna hold you. I told her, like, y'all go to my page right now. I quote tweeted that shit and I said that this fucking tweet sucks. Let me see why. Oh my goodness. Where's that shit at? Right here. I said this tweet sucks. It does. It fucking sucks. This fucking tweet stinks. This shit is garbage. Not only did you start this shit, and this is what I be trying to tell y'all. Like, these motherfuckers be psyoping themselves. This is a black woman's page, purportedly. A black woman's page, and saying, yo, based upon this riot that happened in Wilmington, North Carolina over 100 years ago, is why we don't have shit now. Starting off with demoralization. It's like water to these people. It's second nature to demoralize themselves and other people that look like them. That's just, it's second nature. Okay? And then the next bar after that is, we ain't our ancestors. Immediately shits on the ancestors. Throws the people that got them to this point under the bus because fuck them. They were soft. We wouldn't have did it the way they did it. All of that shit. Complete disrespect for the ancestors. I want y'all to tell me how this caption is any different than a Klansman. So let me read it to you, okay, this way. 1898, and y'all wonder why y'all don't have shit now. Y'all tried to catch up on us. Y'all are not your ancestors. Okay? You're nothing like them. You'll never build a town or none of that shit. Just flip it. Just take all of the we's out of it and replace it with y'all. And then read that shit back. Anytime that you see these demoralizing tweets, take the we out of it and just replace it with y'all. And the shit sounds it sounds like a Klansman said this shit. 1898, and y'all wonder why y'all don't have shit now. If a white man would have said these same words verbatim, y'all would have called him the Grand Dragon of the local clan. This is how you know people not only fall for the pimping, but they prefer the pimping. They prefer it. That's how you know. These motherfuckers, as long as a black motherfuckers is saying this shit, you can literally like take the minutes or a transcript from a Klan meeting and just say us and we and replace it. Like replace the niggers and y'all, niggas and them and all that and just say us. And it sounds just like these tweets. One riot that happened in one city over 100 years ago is why we don't have shit now. And they're like, oh, don't be obtuse, Hotep. She's talking about all of the riots that happened. Several riots that happened, you feel me, is the reason why we don't have shit now. That shit is crazy, son. Couldn't be me. I could never be that type of black. Ever. We ain't our ancestors is some of the most stupidest shit I've ever heard. Like, you are quite literally your ancestors. Like, you would not exist without them. Like, that shit is crazy. Like, yeah. They are the reason why you exist. Period. If your ancestors didn't live, that means you wouldn't be here. Straight up and down. So this whole we ain't our ancestors shit, which is so funny to me because you already know how I feel about the ancestors. Do I even have to say it? Right? Like when it comes down to the ancestors did like 100 times more with 1,000 times more with 100 times less. Like legitimately. So like for me, like what do you like when you say you're not your ancestors, all you're doing is telling me that you don't got it like that. That you not built like them. You feel me? Shit is fucking crazy. Let's check the chat. Let's check the chat. Yeah, that was flaccid. What? Sammy, pause. She thinks she's tough and flexing, but she sounds depressed and weak. That's a fact. Don't ever say flaccid to me ever again, Sammy. You'd be exiled for that. That's an exilable offense right there. Crystal says, sure not. Sure not your ancestors, because them jokers were sleeping in tents in Tulsa so they could rebuild. And when the government would not fund the black communities around the country in donations, most of the folks today, around the country sent donations. Most of these folks today don't have the fortitude or determination to do what their ancestors did. Shout out to the Red Cross for their part. Yeah, man, like that shit is fucking bogus, dog. I ain't even gonna hold you, but we are going to end on a positive note. I hope y'all been peeping the transitions. Like, you feel me? I got the transitions popping. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, we back in my page. Hold on. All right, let's go to the last piece of news here. The last piece of news. All right, cool. So, last piece of business before we get into the feature presentation for tonight. My man Talent with another W. So my man Talent, I told y'all, with the Green Campaign out there in Bushwick, okay, doing amazing work for the kids in the community. We watched him address the local politicians one day. We showed his Green Campaign website and stuff like that, greencampaign.org. All right. But he's posted another victory. Okay. He got another grant today for $25,000 for anti-gun violence work. Like I said, these guys that I back up, they're very transparent. As you can see, full name here, Rashid Littlejohn. That's my man Talent. Okay. This the grantee was the Green Campaign. He got it today. $25,000 for anti-violence initiative. Okay. I told you guys when it came down to the Green Campaign, right now they have a deal set up with St. Francis College that any kid in the Bushwick area or any person, young adult, I'm pretty sure it's adults too, but I mean, of course, it's a program for young adults, right, and kids. If you find an illegal firearm in New York City or whatnot, you can hand it in and get a free ride, 4 years. At St. Francis College. This is what Brother Rashid is doing in the community. We want to salute you, bro. Thank you so much for all of the work that you're doing in the community. It's absolutely priceless, okay? Like, amazing work, man. Amazing work. We are proud of you over here at Hotep History. We're going to continue to donate. We're going to continue to support. We're going to continue to back you. We're going to continue to praise your works and your name out here. You are obviously going to be cemented in the Hotep history books over here, gang. I cannot wait to share the curriculum that I've been drafting for your education center. Can't wait to teach the babies over Zoom and in person. I can't wait to have my curriculum be, a part of your movement, man, and anything that we can continue to do to support your work. Understand you got the full backing of the Hoteps, man. We fuck with you and we fuck with what you're doing over there, man. So keep working, keep your head up, keep your head on the swivel, because you already know more levels, more devils, right? More levels, more devils. So just keep an eye out, watch your body, keep doing your work, and we're going to continue supporting you, man. So shout out to my brother Rashid. Make sure y'all go follow. Let's go to his page real quick. Give him a good shout out so y'all know how to get in contact with, son, here we go. Talent over hype. Okay. Check him out. Follow him. Give him a follow. Tell him that Doe Doob sent you. And we rooting for you, bro. And the chat fucking with you right now. Sammy says, great job, Rashid. Salutes from Vincent, bro. So we rocking with your movement and what you're doing. You know, I ain't gonna lie now. I ain't gonna lie. You know, call me vain or whatnot. But ever since, you know, I put myself at the center of this shit, you know. Oh shit, hold on. Watch myself while I'm streaming. But ever since I put myself at the center of this shit, man, I ain't gonna lie, man. Is it? You know what I'm saying? Why you over there looking at me? You know what I'm saying? I can't be mad that you look at me. Cause on the real, you know what I mean? But yeah, tonight we got a great show, man. We got a great show. Tonight is all about gold diggers. You feel me? That's what we talking about tonight, man. We gonna get to it, to the Black 49ers. See, you know what's so funny about this shit? I don't know how many of y'all even knew about Black 49ers. You know, how many of y'all knew about it? Be honest. You feel me? How many of y'all knew about it? Because I ain't gonna lie. Up until like, was it 2 years ago? It was like, yeah, about 2 years ago. You know what I'm saying? That I found out about them. But yeah, today we talking about motherfucking.
I've always been pretty good with money.
The hell? Yeah, today we are dealing with historical gold diggers. Hold on, we about to. I'm trying to pull it up. All right. All we heard about was Lewis and Clark. Okay, and then they had what was that damn? I forgot son's name. What was the black dude that was with Lewis and Clark on that expedition? Forgot his name. I'm getting the links up. Boy, I'll be getting the links up. Hold on. Let's get to it. Uh-huh. Hey. Hey. Yeah, we talking about the gold diggers, man. I was wouldn't have pulled the links up. But yeah, they got to it though. They got to it. Who we got on the docket for tonight? Cause you know me, I just be getting them primary sources, getting these articles and all of that. You feel me? And I just make it happen. You know what I'm saying? I don't be, you know, I like to read a lot of this stuff in real time. Right? So, all right, here we go. We got the links, y'all. We got the links. All right. So let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. We're going to do like an overview real quick. We're going to do like an overview. There we go. The Black 49ers. The Black 49ers. Let's get to it. All right. So, this is libertarianism.org. Shout out to libertarianism.org. As always, links will be in the video description. So, you already know. So, it says Black Americans who struck it rich in the California gold rush also struck a blow for freedom. Like I said, I don't read these articles ahead of time. I like to go in blind, you know. So let's get to it. The discovery of gold deposits in the Sacramento Valley in 1848 launched the California Gold Rush. By the end of the rush in 1855, nearly 300,000 people had migrated to California from around the world. Often referred to as 49ers in reference to those who took part in the peak gold rush year of 1849, these trailblazers turned California into a destination for those seeking prosperity and opportunity. One of those 49ers was a Southern slave owner, Charles Perkins, and several associates who made their way to the California gold mines with 3 slaves in tow: Robert Perkins, Carter Perkins, and Sandy Jones. When Charles failed in short order at his own mining venture, he left the 3 men behind and returned to Mississippi. Wow. He didn't even want his slaves? Very interesting. He was that fed. He rage quit. He rage quit the gold mines. Motherfucker, he ain't strike no gold. He ain't strike no gold. However, where the master failed, the slave succeeded. Starting a profitable business hauling supplies to remote mining camps. Wow, that's hilarious. Charles then declared them fugitives under the Fugitive Slave Act in a case that ultimately went before the California Supreme Court, which sided with Charles. That's some hating ass shit. So you leave your slaves. You like, fuck this gold mining shit. I knew this was a scam. All of this shit, right? And you say, man, y'all not even worth bringing back the motherfucking Mississippi. And I know that gotta hurt, right? Like, if you go back into, like, let's just say, like, the early Bitcoin days and shit like that, where you had to literally, like, mine Bitcoin, and you didn't know how to do it, and it's like Bitcoin is, like, 25 cents a Bitcoin, and all you had to do was, like, run some program, or you just learn how to do it. You feel me? 25 cents, $1, $2 a Bitcoin. You feel me? And now, look, Bitcoin at 87,000. That's what it sounded like to me. He rage quit the shit. Then his slaves become successful in this shit. He sees them being successful, or knows about them being successful, all the way in Mississippi, by the way. I don't even know how the fuck he found out. You feel me? Hated on them and being like, oh, they ran away from me. They're actually fugitives. It's like, what? You left us here. The fuck are you talking about? I'm a fugitive. What am I supposed to do? Walk back to Mississippi? Fuck, nigga. However, the 3 men got the last laugh when the ship carrying them back into bondage docked in Panama and they escaped, never to be recaptured. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, Robert, Carter, and Sandy. Come on. Their story is a reminder of the entwined promise and peril that the gold rush presented to Black Americans. It was a chance to build a business and a life denied to them in much of the United States, but it was also a chance that could still be revoked as law and state reached the frontier. Not all Black 49ers were slaves. Entrepreneurially minded free blacks, both men and women, traveled to the area on their own volition, especially from New York, Massachusetts, and Pennsylvania. Of course, New Yorkers was getting to it. Of course. What? There's a rush of gold somewhere? You already know New York niggas was on that. You already know New York. I can't speak too much for Boston niggas. Shout out to the Boston homies. You feel me? But I know New York and Philly, they was like, oh yeah, we are going to California. Where's it at? Where in California is this gold at? New York niggas was like, oh yeah, we on that. They relocated to the territory with hopes of striking it rich at a time when the Black community comprised less than 1% of the state population, according to the 1850 census, a mere 962 Black residents in total. Uncharted territory pretty much for Black Americans. Among the first to make the trip was entrepreneur Williams Leedsdorf, a biracial man who came to California by the way of the Virgin Islands in 1841. By 1844, he had become a prominent San Francisco area landowner, then called Yerba Buena, and later became the U.S. vice consul to Mexico. All right. By the latter part of 1848, over 10,000 miners in total, many from Oregon, Hawaii, they don't never talk about the Hawaiians, and Mexico, had made the trek to the Sierra foothills, which were east of Sacramento in a region including Amador, Calvarez, El Dorado, Mariposa, Nevada, Placer, Tuolumne, in Yuba counties. In 1849, a small group of black miners made one of the earliest mining claims in Folsom, California, on a plot of land once owned by Leesdorf, known as Negro Bar. Okay, very on the nose. Originally a large gravel bar nestled along the south side of the American River, just west of Folsom's Rainbow Bridge. The area was established as an encampment by black miners seeking to unearth a steady yield of gold dust. Negro Bar, while a mining camp, didn't develop into a full mining town like others that had sprouted up throughout California. Rather, it was a smaller tent and cabin community erected to shelter those who panned for fortunes along the river. It did grow into a prime location for those seeking gold away from the hills that were often overrun with other miners. And that's another thing when you're dealing with this gold rush. There's thousands of people out this motherfucker, and everybody is looking for their own sweet spot. I think we also need to do an episode about oil as well. And I'm going to go into the archives tonight to see if we got some Negroes that struck gold and all of that other stuff. We're going to look in real time. I didn't have time to prepare for that, but we'll get into the archives in just a little bit later. Let's see. However, the majority of this black mining community had departed the area by 1852, relocating to nearby camps in some of the more elevated regions known as Negro Hill, Little Negro Hill, Negro Flat, and Massachusetts Flats. In these areas, black miners often form mutual aid associations for protection and provision immediately. See what I'm talking about? Because you got to remember, you got New York, you got Massachusetts, you got Pennsylvania, you got the resident black American Californians and shit like that coming together and creating these, communities and shit like that. And then to help supply the need, they're creating mutual aid societies to make sure everybody's good. Like we all got to strike our own gold and all of that other shit. However, we're not going to see you hungry. We're going to make sure you're protected. We're not going to see each other hungry, and we're going to protect each other. Right? Several black Americans built appreciable wealth from the gold fields and mines, but many more prospered by launching businesses such as hotels, laundries, and restaurants that catered to those pouring into the territory. Another thing that we know that the ancestors were doing, dominating the service industries because, it only makes sense. See, I find it hilarious that when it comes down to the racist view of black Americans of being second class and shit like that, black Americans used those stereotypes against the people that were putting that onto them. You think we're these lowly people that just live to serve you, and we are in an economy that is going to charge you for these services. So while you think I'm just this, barmaid or, hotel manager or whatever, it's like I own this whole shit. I own this whole shit. So it's like you're paying me. Like you do know you're paying me. I'm getting richer off of you. However you view me, as long as you keep it respectful around this motherfucker, that's all I care about. Trust and believe. If you go back to Saturday's episode on the Hotep History Podcast, Miss Belle Breezing ran a tight ship. You couldn't even curse. It's a whorehouse, and she wouldn't allow you to curse inside of it. So imagine the hotels and laundromats and restaurants. Yeah. Like, you guys want something, we have it, and we're going to charge you for it. You need some place to stay, some place to eat, some place to wash your dirty ass clothes. You've been in gold mines all goddamn day. You're dirty. You're hungry. You're sleepy. And we provide all of those things. You just got to pay us. People today would be like, oh my God, You know, they treated us like second-class citizens. How niggas stayed there are literally paying them to stay in their hotels, wash their clothes, and fucking eat their food. But anyway, one of the most well-known black entrepreneurs to indirectly benefit from the gold rush movement was a self-made millionaire and prominent abolitionist, Mary Ellen Pleasant. I know Mary. After inheriting a sizable fortune, she made her way to California during the gold fever. Having taken note of the newly wealthy male-dominated society in Central California, she deployed her substantial culinary and housekeeping skills, multiplying her fortune tenfold. Come on, Mary. You ain't blow the bag. Okay? She inflated it. If she blew the bag, she blew air in that motherfucker to get more money. That's what I'm talking about. Like, why wouldn't I invest in this industry? Motherfuckers is pouring into this shit for money. So it's like, yo, this not even like a new place to live or nothing like that. It's not like the Great Migration or nothing like that. These motherfuckers are literally coming to California to get paid, to dig the dirt for gold. And when they strike that bitch, they gotta go to the person, exchange it for money, all of that other shit, and they're going to either pay me in gold or pay me in dollars, and I get all of that bread. I get all of that money. You feel me? Sammy says, hey man, they said sometimes the best thing isn't to search for the gold, but rather sell the shovels. Talk to him, Sammy. That's a bar. These are many other examples. There are many other examples of black individuals and communities who found success in the mining districts. Black prospector Edmington Bynum arrived in California in 1850. A little late, bro, but I mean, it's cool. No, it's 49. I'm tripping. You're not late at all. 1850, after making the trek from Mississippi with his slave master. While working for wages on his master's ranch in the Calaveritas Creek area, he eventually secured enough gold by prospecting to send for his wife and kids. The family then worked on the ranch for several years, finally securing sufficient funds to purchase their freedom. Okay. In 1851, Samuel W. Pearsall, another black prospector, was the first to discover the rich deposits of Negro Hill in the Mokelumne Hill. We're going to find out how to pronounce that in a minute. Upon arriving in town, he had inquired among a group of white miners where he could dig. They then directed him to the top of the hill where they were certain that no gold deposits would be found. And this is another thing that I love. When these motherfuckers get they get racist and their racism literally kicks them in the ass because they thinking that area ain't got shit up there, so you go up there, Negro. That's where all of the gold is. That's why we haven't gone up there. I don't even know why he would even ask them, but, it is what it is. They sent him to up there, and so thank you, white man, for your racism because I actually struck some gold up here. Thank you. But there he discovered one of the richest repositories of gold in the area, fueling a wave of new black prospectors. Over a mere 4 months, Pearsall and his partners made $80,000, equivalent in purchasing power to around $2.8 million. I don't like that libertarianism did Sammy's job. I don't like that. Sammy, I wanted to ask you. Matter of fact, Sammy, fuck that. We'll see how accurate this shit is. $80,000 in 1851. $80,000 in 1851. We're not just going to go off the article. What website did they even use? Huh? Yeah, nah. From that claim alone. Despite financial gains among those black Americans that had relocated to the Ames, California's enforcement of the Fugitive Slave Act of 1852, combined with the fact that blacks could not testify in court, had a chilling effect on any lasting progress towards racial equality. With waves of slaveholders and slaves arriving in California, questions emerged around the legality of slavery in a technically free territory. By the way of the Compromise of 1850, the gold rush accelerated California's entry into the Union. That same year, California became a free state, although the spirit of the law suggested otherwise. Practically speaking, slavery prevailed across the Golden State for years. In large part, that was due to the 1853 Fugitive Slave Law, which mandated that enslaved blacks who fled their captors and escaped to California could be captured and forcibly re-enslaved despite the state's free status. That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. We got Sammy numbers. $80,000 in 1851 will be worth $3.3 million. There we go. You feel me? That's whack as hell though. Not surprised, but whack as hell. According to historian Sylvia Alden Roberts, author of the book Mining for Freedom, Black History Meets the California Gold Rush, the history of Black Americans in the gold rush is, quote, clearly a complicated one, and it's often overlooked. Okay, end quote. And even so, Black 49ers, quote, coalesced to form one of the wealthiest, most culturally advanced, and most politically active communities in the nation. And that's what I want to learn more about tonight. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I need all my chips, Sammy. You know how I give it up. I need all my chips. 600,000, that ain't nothing to sniff at. Despite these persistent roadblocks, the gold rush period symbolized a period of immense opportunity for Black Americans, underscoring how economic and political liberty must work hand in hand. I agree. As Robert concludes, quote, in a single decade, the California gold rush affected the lives of thousands of Blacks from every lifestyle. In turn, their stories affected gold rush history, California state history, American history, and the history of women, end quote. So, great overview article. I appreciate that, the overview. I do want to get into some more of the names that they talked about. I know about Mary Ellen Pleasant. She's a part of the Black upper class. Like they told you, she inherited bread. Like she grew up in that. But I also want to learn about Negro Hill, Little Negro Hill, Negro Flat, and all these different things. So this is a good starting point. Okay, this is a great launching point. But yeah, I know I'm telling you, I know that I am 100% I'm going to California. It's 1849 and it's gold in them hills, nigga. I'm in that bitch. You understand? I am in there. I am going. Depending on how my family feel about it, I'll bring them along, but I am going to Northern California and getting to this gold, gang. And if I can't get to the gold, I'm opening up some type of business that's going to be around that shit. Like Sammy said, selling shovels, or like how they were doing hotels, restaurants, laundromats, whatever. We going to get to the bag. Because everybody is, like, the people that are coming here are literally here to make and spend money. That is it. That's it. You feel me? So what y'all have going? It's 1849. What y'all have going to California? I know I'm going. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm going. Are y'all, rushing to the gold in 1849? I would have been a 49er like a motherfucker. You hear me? Like, you better believe it. What, son? Let's see. We got some other sources here. What we got next? Okay, let's see what Black Pass has to say. I don't know if it's going to be saying anything different, but we'll see. We're going through the links. I did want to get a nice overview just off of the strength of it not being a central book from back then about it. I'm pretty sure there's like secondary books, secondary source books and shit like that. But, I was looking for, primary sources. So, okay, we got some new pictures and stuff at least. So it says the California Gold Rush, 1848 to 1860, began after gold was discovered by carpenter and sawmill operator James W. Marshall on January 24th, 1848. After his discovery, thousands of people came to the gold fields in the foothills. We heard that. At least 4,000 Black Americans were among those who would arrive. We heard that. So yeah, I think this is about the same. Usually worked in integrated. Okay, it says Black American miners usually worked in integrated settings in Chinese, Latin American, and European companies. 1852, a small Black American community. We already know about Little Negro Hill. So let's see about Little Negro Hill. Oh, we getting some new names too. Mm-hmm. Okay. Did we got some pictures of it? Hmm. Let's see if we can get a better view of it, huh? Negro Hill. Mormon Island. What? No. Where's Negro Hill at? Not Mormon Island. Do we got to go through the slideshow? Yeah, they ain't. Yeah, that's gonna be the. We'll just have to go to the archives ourselves for it. But let's get back to this article real quick, because I ain't gonna lie, like when it comes down to this shit, I was super interested. And now that I got this shit set up the way I got it now, when the shit get the loading on slow, that's what I'm about to do. I mean, it's loaded up already, but now we just switch back to me. We could just chop it up and shit like that, so that way it's not really lagging the show and shit. That's why I was like, all right, we gonna just stick to this transition. I'm fucking with it. I think is the fade. I hope the fade is coming through. But anyway, let's see. Far more Black Americans were successful providing services to the gold-driven economy. Most of these newcomers settled in Sacramento and San Francisco. Mifflin Gibbs, we have a book by him, and Peter Lester, formerly of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, started the Pioneer Boot and the Pioneer Boot and Shoe Emporium, whose customers stretched from Portland territory to Baja, California. James P. Dyer, formerly of New Bedford. Yeah, I remember New Bedford when we was in the Sailors episode. New Bedford was big. As far as like Massachusetts Black, population. Became the West's first antebellum Black manufacturer, where he started the New England soap factory in San Francisco in 1851. All right. So we got some more people that we can tap into. All right. So Mifflin Gibbs, since I already have his book, we can get into his story. But I did want to I want to learn about Peter Lester as well. Although nominally a free state, we already know about that whole shit with slavery, and then Mary Ellen Pleasant. Okay, cool. All right. So I guess Mifflin has his own Black Pass page, I would have to assume. Yeah, there we go. So that'll be a perfect little overview for him, and then we can get into his book. Just 1 second. I love having these links just ready to go. Okay, it's gonna be this one, I think. Little Negro Hill, of course, they don't have the photos that we need, at least on Google. We gotta check the archives and see if we got any. I'm back, nigga, I'm back. All right, so let's see. Born in Philly, okay. Mifflin Wister Gibbs, apprenticed as a carpenter by his early 20s. He was an activist in the abolition movement, sharing platforms with Frederick Douglass, Freddie D, and helping the Underground Railroad. Black intellectual ferment of the era gave him a superb education outside of the classroom. He became a powerful writer. In 1850, he migrated to San Francisco, starting as a boot black. He was soon a successful merchant, the founder of a Black newspaper, Mirror of the Times, and a leading member of the city's Black community. He moved to Victoria in BC, Canada. So he left. What else? A tireless advocate for the black community, he helped organize the colony's first militia, an all-black unit known as the African Rifles. Okay. Shout out to the African Rifles. As an elected delegate to the Yale Convention, he also helped to frame the terms by. So this is Canada shit. Shout out to Canada, but that ain't my bag. Of course, he wrote a book. So it's called Shadow and Light, an autobiography with reminiscence of the last and present century by Mr. M.W. Gibbs. With the introduction from who? Come on. Look who gave the introduction on the book. Huh? Come on now. What you thought? You feel me? You thought he wasn't about to be involved? You thought Big Book was not going to get involved? Like, come on now. Come on now. You know Big Book wasn't about to have somebody getting money and he not know about it. Shitting me? You already know how Big Book give it up. All right. Whoa. What is this? Gibbs, Mifflin, Worcester, Shadow and Light, autobiography. The above work is a very scarce and uncommon book by an educated Negro who had many varied experiences in California and the Pacific Northwest. Born in Philadelphia, Gibbs was influenced at an early age by Frederick Douglass, for whom he lectured and carried on propaganda work for the betterment of the Negro. He later went overland to California in the gold rush, arriving in San Francisco in September 1850. He first worked as a carpenter and then founded the firm of Lester and Gibbs, dealer in fine boots and shoes. In 1855, Gibbs, with Jonas P. Townsend and W. W. Newby, published the Alta California, a public protest against being disenfranchised and denied their right of oath. It was the first pronouncement of the colored people of the state of California. The protest caused much excitement at the time. Gibbs later published the first periodical in the state, the Mirror of the Times, which advocated for equal rights. In 1865, when gold was discovered on the Fraser River, he went there with a stock of goods. He resided in Victoria, B.C. for several years, being elected to the Common Council there in 1866. He later went to Florida, was appointed U.S. Consul to Madagascar. In 1872, settled down to the practice of law in Little Rock, Arkansas, where he became a municipal judge. The above little work is an important contribution to the times, and it is seldom offered. Okay. Quick little overview of son. You know what I'm saying? That was him. Sammy says, it's scary how well-connected Booker was. I'm trying to tell you, like, he really knew everybody. Like, dead ass. Like, Booker T. Washington knew every fucking body, bro. I'm trying to tell you. He says, even if you had a whiff of bread, even if you had a whiff of bread on you, Booker was there. I'm trying to tell you. Come on now. That's real shit, though. It's like everybody was waiting for that call. It's like you got into business and shit like that to become successful, of course, and, take care of your family. But that notoriety or that nod or that acknowledgement from Booker T. Washington, that's it right there. You feel me? That shit like winning an award. So him like, yo, Booker T doing the intro of your book is like Hove doing the intro to your album or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what? So the subtext here says a fatherless boy, carpenter, contractor, anti-slavery lecturer, merchant, railroad builder, superintendent of mine, attorney at law, county attorney, municipal judge, register of United States lands, receiver of public monies for U.S. United States Consul to Madagascar, prominent race leaders, etc. He did a lot. Started with fatherless boy. 1902, okay. Why this shit not scrolling smooth? Come on, son. What's up? What's up, son? Nah, I want to read the intro by Book. I want to see what Book had to say. I know he was fucking talking that shit. Yeah, the preface was only a page and some change anyway. We can move on. We can move on. Here we go by Booker T. Washington. It's funny that we this Mifflin book, but we looking at Booker. All right. Here we go. It is seldom that one man, even if he has lived as long as Judge M.W. Gibbs, is able to record his impressions of so many widely separated parts of the Earth's surface as Judge Gibbs can, or to record personal experiences in so many important occurrences. Look at that intro. Look at that intro. Superb. Thank you, book. Born in Philadelphia and living there when that city, almost on the borderline between slavery and freedom, was the scene of some of the most stirring incidents in the abolition agitation, he was able, as a free colored youth going to Maryland to work, to see and judge of the condition of the slaves in that state. Some of the most dramatic operations of the famous Underground Railroad came under his personal observation. He observed the rare privilege of being associated in labor for the race of being for the race with that man of sainted memory, the Honorable Frederick Douglass. You see how the ancestors treated the ancestors, and y'all wonder why I fuck with Book so tough. Like, look how he talks about people that came before him in reverence. The Honorable Frederick Douglass. He met and heard many of the most notable men and women who labored to secure the freedom of the Negro. As a resident of California, in the exciting years which immediately followed the discovery of gold, he watched the development of lawlessness there and its results. And then he went to British Columbia. Cool. All right, so he's just giving them another overview and stuff like that. I do want to see where the table of contents is. So here we go. He says, I have a decided conviction, despite the crucial test to which he has been subjected in the past and the present disadvantages under which he labors, that nowhere is the promise along all lines of opportunity brighter for the American Negro than here in the land of his nativity. Bring your ass back to America, nigga. That's what he's trying to tell you. If Booker T didn't want to leave, if Booker T. Washington didn't want you to leave the South and to cast down your buckets in the South, you think he wanted you to go all the way to fucking Canada, nigga? Bring your ass back to America. All right. He says, I bespeak for the book a careful reading by those who are interested in the history of the Negro in America and in his present and future. See, Book always be looking out for me. That's the reason why y'all not really, these other motherfuckers is not connected, gang. You heard what Book said. He wrote this intro for me, okay? He wrote this intro for me. He said, yo, Mifflin wrote this book for the people that fuck with, who are interested in the history of the Negro in America. He knew in the future people were going to be fucking reading this. And then he also said, if you're interested in the history of the Negro, the present, okay, and the future. Come on, man. That sound like my outro. That sound like my sign-off. But do we have a table of contents, or does he just jump into the story? Let me know. I need to know. Okay, there we go. I only want to learn about the gold rush tonight, Mifflin. I know you had a long life. You did a whole bunch of fly shit. You was a judge. You was this. You was that. Right now, we only care about the gold. And I just wanted to see what you seen. Let's see. I loved, late 19th century or 19th century, early 20th century table of contents. Like, you are going to know exactly what the fuck is going on in the chapters. Like, the table of contents, you know what I'm saying? It's like, no, this is exactly what we're going to be talking about. So, anti-slavery meetings, amusing incidents. We have to get into that at another time. The threshold of a man's estate, my first lecturing tour, arrival in San Francisco. There we go. Getting domiciled and seeking work, strike of white employees, Lester and Gibbs, importers, assaulted in our store. Oh shit. Yeah, that chapter is only 11 pages long. We're not going to read all 11 pages. Obviously, we got to get in and out, but I do want to see what's going on. Page 40. Page 40, of course. So page 80. if there's, gonna be that. Man, son. Let's see. Booker said, oh, you a millionaire? You know you gotta check back. You gotta check in back at Tuskegee. I ain't gonna lie. What if Book was really on that though? You laugh, Sammy, but we know that Booker T. Washington. Let me go back. We know that Booker T. Washington really was like that. Like, we know that he really ran a spy ring. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit is crazy. Like, this shit, like, when it come down to, like, him having a spy ring, so he can send motherfuckers to California, to New Jersey, to New York, to to wherever. Like, yo, go out there and let me know who's moving and shaking out there. Like, what niggas is moving and shaking. And they reporting back like, yo, this nigga got a hotel, this nigga got a restaurant, this motherfucker got a laundromat, this motherfucker is selling shoes with his mans, this is an author, they got all types of shit. And he just like, all right, bet. And like, motherfuckers is like, yo, the Booker T. Washington knows about this? It's like, yep, heard about you. Memphis says, imagine Booker T. Washington with Twitter or YouTube. Dude was this connected writing letters. That's what I'm trying to say. Niggas is sending fucking telegrams and shit, bro. Telegraphs. And this is how connected he is. Imagine high-speed internet. Imagine Booker T. Washington with high-speed internet. What? Man. Stop playing with him, man. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to download this shit. That should be better. It should be better. But yeah, son, like, Booker T. Washington really knew every fucking body, dog. I don't know how you even do that. How do you even do that in your life? How do you become that close to that many fucking people, son? Real shit. Like, how do you learn about these many people? I'm dead ass trying to find like the equivalent of that shit. Like, who are you getting all of this game from? You know what I'm saying? That shit is wild to me, son. Hold on. Like I told y'all, this shit taking crazy long to load up. I'm actually like one page away and it's like taking forever to scroll. I don't know why it just won't let me like just scroll like with the scroll fucking bar. I don't understand. Here we go. Chapter 4. Let's switch back. Let's zoom on in here. Get in there. Yeah. So now we get firsthand. You know I love a good primary source. We fuck with primary sources. You feel me? Let's see. Having made myself somewhat presentable upon leaving the steerage of the steamer, my trunk on the dray, I proceeded to an unprepossessing hotel kept by a colored man on Kearney Street. You see what he said? Just so y'all know I'm not fucking tripping, this book was published in 1902. The first sentence of this chapter, he says, having made myself somewhat presentable upon leaving the steerage of the steamer, which I think steerage is like in the back or the bottom of the boat and shit. I remember hearing steerage in Titanic as a kid. But the first thing that he wanted to do was make sure that he was presentable in public. First thing he wanted to make sure he did when he touched down in San Francisco. But anyway, let's continue reading. The cursory view from the outside and the further inspection on the inside reminded me of the old lady's description of her watch, for she said, quote, it might look pretty hard on the outside, but the inside works were all right. Enso thought its jolly patrons. Seated at tables well supplied with piles of gold and silver were numerous disciples of that ancient trickster Pharaoh, being dubious perhaps of the propriety of adopting the literal orthography of his name and abbreviated it to Pharaoh. Oh, okay. Like Pharaoh, like Faro. Got it, got it, got it. Getting something for nothing or risking the smaller in hope of obtaining the greater seems a passion inherent in human nature, requiring a calm survey of the probabilities and oft-times the baneful effects to attain a moral resistance. It is the quote ignis fatuus that has lured many promising ones and wrecked the future of many lives. The effervescent happiness of some of the worshipers at this shrine was conspicuous. So motherfuckers was literally out here like believing like that ass like on some sycophant shit, on some deity shit, on some like God is going to manifest riches by virtue of me coming out here and digging for gold. That's how they looked at this shit. Sammy says, we got Twitter, he got carrier pigeons. Man, listen. The effervescent happiness of some of the worshipers at this shrine was conspicuous. The future to them seemed cloudless. It was not so with me. I had a secret, not at all complacent, for it seemed anxious to get out, and while unhappy from its presence, I thought it wise to retain it. When I approached the bar, I asked for accommodation, and my trunk was brought in. While awaiting this preparatory step to domicile, and gazing at the prints and pictures more or less blazer that adorned the bar, my eye caught a notice prominently placed in gilt letters. I see it now. Quote, board $12 a week in advance. It was not the price, but the stipulation demanded that appalled me. Motherfucker say, you won't think I got it? Had I looked through a magnifying glass, the letters could not have appeared larger. With the brilliancy of a searchlight, they seemed to ask, who are you and how are you fixed? I responded by staring fate in the face, okay, and going up to the bar and asking for a cigar. How much? 10 cents. I had 60 cents when I landed, had paid 50 for trunk drayage, and I was now a moneyless man, hence my secret. Oh my goodness. So you are broke. You really don't have it. You feel me? But it's all good. Would there be strict enforcement of conditions mentioned in the ominous card? I was unacquainted with the bohemian song and dance parlance and such extremities. And wondered, would letting my secret come out let a dinner come in? Possibly, I may have often been deceived when appealed to, but that experience has often been fruitful to friendless hunger. Damn. Finally, the bell rang, and a polite invitation from the landlord placed me at the table. There is nothing so helpful to a disconsolate man as a good dinner. It dissipates melancholy and stimulates persistency. Never preach high moral rectitude or the possibilities of industry to a hungry man. That's a bar. That's a bar. First, give him something to eat. Then, should there be a vulnerable spot to such admonition, you will succeed. If not, he is an incorrigible. He is an incorrigible. Wow. That's a bar. Never preach high moral rectitude or the possibilities of industry to a hungry man. That's crazy. I ain't gonna lie, though. Now that I keep saying it, I kind of disagree. If you hungry, nigga, and I'm telling you about, you know what I'm saying, the possibilities of you not being hungry no more, motherfucker, I don't understand. Like, you gotta get to it. Now, of course, if I'm so generous, you feel me? If I'm so generous to, like, give you a meal or look out for you and shit, that's one thing. But, like, you're not gonna be mad at me because I'm telling you about solutions and you hungry. Now, I get the premise, though. Like, if your fucking ribs is touching and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? Your stomach is touching your back and all of that shit. Like, I get it. If you dead hungry, then I understand. Like, motherfucker, like, you're not about to lecture me while niggas is hungry, bro. Especially if you got the ability to feed a nigga. So I get that, but it's like you still gotta teach a nigga to fish. Like, you can't just keep bringing niggas fish. You feel me? So that's the reason why. Let's see. After dinner, I immediately went out, and after many attempts to seek employment of any kind, I approached the house in course of construction and applied to the contractor for work. He replied he did not need help. I asked the price of wages, $10 a day. I said, you would much oblige me by giving me, if only a few days' work, as I have just arrived. After a few moments' thought, during which mayhap charity and gain held in conference, which succumbed, it is needless to premise for Jesus, this goddamn when they get flowery with these damn words, man, to kindly ask, he said that if I choose to come for $9 a day, I might. It is unnecessary for me to add that I chose to come. Like, word. Like, he was like, needless to say, gang, like, I don't need to tell you that a dollar, a 10% pay cut is not about to deter me. Fuck it. I need money. You feel me? For sure says, shout out to the ancestors for manifesting wealth. For sure. That's a fact. When I got outside, when I got outside the building, an appalling thought presented itself. Whoever heard of a carpenter announcing himself ready for work without his tools? A minister may be without piety, a lawyer without clients, a politician in politic, I guess. But a carpenter without tools, never. It would be prima facie evidence of an imposter. I went back and asked what tools must I bring upon the morrow. He told me and I left. But the tools, how was I to get them? My only acquaintance in the city was my landlord. But prospects were too bright to reveal him my secret. Yeah, that's a fact. Can't let them know that you broke. That's what he's saying. You can't let them know that you broke. I winded, and you know what I really love about this shit? Like, he getting it, like, getting favor, motherfuckers buying him dinner and all this other shit. He bought himself a cigar, all of that shit. You feel me? But he's not trying to, like, subsist on other people's works. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to still get a job, be able to earn for himself, but he knows he don't really want the charity, but he needs it right now, and once he, gets on his feet, he'll be able to make it happen. Sammy says, James, 2nd chapter, verse 15 to 17. Write it down in the chat, bro. You already know. James 2, verse 15 to 17. You want me to look it up? I mean, I could look it up, I think. I don't know if it's going to freeze up on us. Let's see. James 2, 15 through 17. I'm back, nigga. I'm back. I'll switch real quick. Can y'all see it? Oh, no. Okay. I just want to make sure that y'all can still see it. My fault. Okay, it says, so James 2, verse 15 through 17. Suppose a brother or a sister is without clothes and daily food. If one of you says to them, go in peace, keep warm and well fed, but does nothing about their physical needs, what good is it? In the same way, faith by itself, if it is not accompanied by action, is dead. So faith without works is dead is from here. Fire. Thank you, Sammy. I knew faith without works is dead was a real thing. You feel me? But I didn't know the bars before it. You know what I'm saying? I did not know that. That's what's up. Thank you, Sammy. Appreciate that. All right, let's get back to the book. So we getting Bible verses in here. Sammy, you might have to make that a part of the show, bro. You gotta give us the relevant Bible verses for the stories. Yeah, I be putting Sammy to work, man. You know what I mean? Sammy came through, man. I appreciate Sammy. And so, as soon as I switch back, you feel me? As soon as I switch back, all right, let's get back to the book. You know what I'm saying? I know y'all would rather look at me, but it's all good. We gotta check it. We gotta read the book. Stay focused. Come on. Stay focused. Regarding preaching high morals to people who have more immediate needs to be met. Yup. Oh, for sure says shout out to Jesus gang. Now I don't know if she's putting the like shout out to Jesus gang or she's saying like shout out to Jesus gang. I don't know. I don't see no commas. So I'm gonna just have to assume she's saying Jesus gang. She be gang banging for Christ. Shout it out. All right. Let's see. All right, so it's clearly that he was searching for tools here. He says, but the tools. My only acquaintance in the city was my landlord, but prospects were too bright to reveal to him my secret. Can't let the landlord know you broke. I wended my way to a large tent having an assortment of hardware and was shown the tools needed. Excuse me. I then told the merchant that I had no money and of the place I had to work the next morning. He said nothing for a moment, looked me over, and then said, all right, take them. I felt great relief when I paid the merchant and my landlord on the following Saturday. See? You know what I'm saying? That's why, like, listen, make good on your debts, you good to go. Now you got a credit line. You know what I'm saying? Laughing my butt off, the babies can't read, man. Listen, man. Trying to tell you, you got to hip the babies to Hotep history. All we do is read over here. We read and watch dope videos and make dope videos. Let's see. Why do I detail to such length these items of endeavor, experiences which have had similarity in many lives? For the reason that they seem to contain data for a moral, which if observed may be useful. Never disclose your poverty until the last gleam of hope has sunk beneath the horizon of your best effort, remembering that invincible determination holds the key to success, while advice and assistance hitherto laggard now with hasty steps greet you within the door. Jesus! Yo, son, I'm trying to tell you, I'm standing on it. I've read too many motherfucking books from the ancestors. You niggas, black Americans went through a motherfucking portal in 1965. Quite literally. We had to have gone through a fucking portal. You know how motherfuckers talk about 2012 and shit like that? And how like the whole world has changed, like because of the Mayan calendar or whatever the fuck happened, like the world ended, but we just still live in the aftermath of it. Did you not hear what this man says? He says like, yo, why you ask? Why I'm sitting there telling you about me being a broke nigga and having to gain favor with people and, you know, work my magic and shit to be able to gain favor with these people. Let me tell you why. Okay? Never disclose your poverty until the last gleam of hope has sunk beneath the horizon of your best effort, remembering that invincible determination holds the key to success, while advice and assistance hitherto laggard now with hasty steps greet you within the door. This is what I am talking about. Niggas, the ancestors went out of their way to not demoralize themselves despite their circumstances. Don't let those motherfuckers know that you broke until there is nothing else. You've done offer your services, offer something in exchange, work for your shit. He could have went in the spot, acted like he ain't had no money and shit like that and begged these motherfuckers, but he was like, yo, listen, I'm willing to work. Well, I don't have any work for you. Listen, I'm willing to work. You willing to take a 10% pay cut? Yes, I'm willing to work. Are you willing to advance me or whatever, or not even advance me? When it comes down to the hotel, letting them know, listen, I just got into town. Hold me down and I got you Saturday. That's it. I don't have to let him know that I'm impoverished. I don't have to let him know nothing. Listen, I got other things down. I got going on. And so I need a place to stay for a few days and I got you. Went to the contractor, got the job. Then after getting the job, he had to get the tools, so he went to the tent. And he told the man, listen, I'm going to get paid using these tools. I will pay you. Man said, yo, take them. Straight up. There's no guarantee somebody's about to buy these tools today. And I have more tools to sell. So go ahead. Come on, son. He could have let everybody know I'm poor and all this other shit. It's like, nah, son. Listen, I got work. I may not have money, but I have work. That's it. And I think when you look at poverty like that, not just money, but skill and ability, determination. Like, yeah, I may not have money, but I have a work ethic. So I'm not poor. It's the same thing when I be telling motherfuckers when it comes down to financial literacy. Once you know how to handle money, even if you don't have a lot of money right now, you know how to handle the money that you do have, one, how to make more money, and how to handle that more money. The same, what they say, the same thing you're going to do with $100 is what you'll do with $1,000. And the same thing that you'll do with $1,000, you'll do with $1 million. That's just how it goes. The difference between what you are and who you are. What you are right now is broke. But who you are, no, you're not broke. In order for who you to be, or who you are to be poor, is to mean that you have no work ethic, that you have no perseverance, that you have no determination, that you have no, will to actually get up and go. That's when who you are is poor. But what you are, the veneer, the outside, the money in your pocket and shit like that, that's what you are. That goes back to the Nike Tech shit too, but we ain't about to, you know what I'm saying? All of this shit is 360. You can be broke, bro, but when you pour inside, son, no amount of money can fix that shit. Straight up, when you've already convinced yourself that you ain't shit, if you gave that person $100,000 right then and there, all they're gonna do is use that money in a reflection of how they look at themselves, which ain't shit. A bunch of temporary shit that's gonna fucking not mean anything as soon as you buy it. But let's get back to the story before I get to ranting again. That shit was profound. Shout out to Mifflin, bro. He smoked this. Like, every time I read from the ancestors, man, they never fail. I have yet to read a book from an entrepreneur, somebody industrious, professional, or whatever, that was like on some like, you can't do it, only I could do it. Like, ever. I was not allowed to long pursue carpentering. White employees finding me at work on the same building would strike. That is so stupid. On one occasion, the contractor came to me and said, I expect you will have to stop, for this house must be finished in time specified. But if you can get 6 or 8 equally good workmen, I will let these fellows go. Not that I have any special liking for your people. I am giving these men all the wages they demand, and I am not willing to submit to the tyranny of their dictation if I can help it. Dog. When it comes down to the question, we, for 3 episodes now, the last live stream, the Saturday pod, and now today, we are faced with employers or business owners having to deal with the racism and the difference in clientele, right? So on Friday, it was the black barbershop. On Saturday, it was the black whorehouse. And now today, on Monday, now we're dealing with the white contractor. This white man said, yo, listen, son, either if I need to fire you because the white men on the site are striking. And I'm not paying them no more money. They only striking because they don't want you here. However, if you can get 6 or 8 equally good workmen, I will let these fellows go. That's similar to what Official and Rashad was saying. They were basically saying like, yo, I can't fuck up my for show for some mo. So if you can make your samo for show, then for show. Straight up, that's what they were saying. Official and Rashad asked me, like, yo, listen, if I let black people fuck with my shit, is that going to harm or help my business? And that's exactly what this white man is saying. Like, listen, you are one Negro, gang. I'm sorry. But I don't have, he even said, I don't got nothing against your people or nothing like that, but I'm not about to sink my whole ship because these men don't want to work with you. I would sooner replace you with one white man. However, if you can replace them niggas, if you can replace all of those white dudes with some good people that are either white and willing to work with you or black and willing to work with you, then we good. I'll fire all of them. But yeah, I'm not about to deal with this striking shit every goddamn day because they fucking foaming at the mouth racist. Like I don't. I have to get this project done on time. So what can you do? Okay, let's get back to the book. He said, I'm not willing to submit to the tyranny of their dictation if I can help it. Because as a man, I don't want, like, yo, you're not about to tell me what the fuck to do with my business, bitch. Like, however, I need to make sure that my business is fucking, rocking out and doing what it's supposed to be doing. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. This fucking camera gang. What the hell? Stupid. You know what I really think it is too? I think it's the shit in the background. I think it's picking up all the other shit in the background and trying to focus on that shit, and it's fucking me up. And I don't like it. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, let's see where we at. Where is it at? Why am I scrolling up? I need to be going back down. I'm tripping. Okay, because I need to know how this shit ended. Did he move on to the next joint or what? This episode, the moral of which is as pertinent today as then, and more apparent, intensifies the necessity of a greater desire upon the part of our young men and women to acquire knowledge and skilled handicraft, reference to which I have hitherto made. Basically saying, get a trade. For generations, black men and women have been telling black boys and girls to get a fucking trade. I'm willing to bet that since 1865, if not before then, black elders have been telling black youngsters to get a fucking trade. That's another consistency here. Okay? But my convictions are so pronounced that I cannot forbear the reiteration. For while it is ennobling to the individual, giving independence of character and more financial ability, the reflex influence is so helpful in giving the race a higher status in the industrial activities of a commonwealth. Ignorance of such activities compel our people mostly to engage in the lower and less ruminative. Oh, I'm fucking that word up. Jesus. Now I got to get that word right. All right. Ruminative. That's not how you're saying it. I'm saying that wrong. I know I'm saying it wrong. Ruminative. Oh my God. Remunerative. Remunerative. That's what we going with. Fuck it. This is why the babies can't read. Oh, that word kicked my ass. I can't fold like that. I gotta learn how to fucking pronounce this word correctly. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. We can't do that. We gotta learn how to pronounce this word correctly. This was fucking crazy. That shit whooped my ass. Oh, man. That shit whooped my ass. How we say that shit, Google? Teach me how to say it, Google.
Remunerative.
Say it again.
Remunerative.
What? Yo, it's my tongue. I ain't gonna lie. It's my mouth. Pause. Like, it's really how, like.
Remunerative.
Remunerative. There we go. Remunerative. There we go. We got it. Remunerative. Oh shit. What does it mean? Hold on. If I know how to pronounce it, I gotta learn what it means. Let's see. Let's see. We learning in real time, y'all. I never seen that word before, so I ain't gonna act like I did. I told you we gotta learn a new word today. Financially rewarding, lucrative. Ooh, okay. Got it. I could not find the men he wanted or subsequent employment of that kind. Damn, Wilt Mifflin. All classes of labor were highly. Oh my God, you gonna say it again? Oh my God. Remunerative. Blacking boots not accepted. After engaging in this and the other like humble employments, part of which was for Honorable John C. Fremont, the Pathfinder overland to California. Saving my earnings, I joined a firm already established in the clothing business. After a year or more so engaged, I became. Look, you already know, big book. You already know. Oh, he about to mention Book, y'all. He gave Book a whole picture in his book. Let me let y'all know something. When I wrote my book, right, I went through Amazon doing like the publishing shit and all of that, and I had a bunch of pictures that I wanted to add to the book. Mad pictures, right? Yo, Amazon was like, I'm telling you right now, if you want these many pictures, it's going to cost you XYZ to make this book, and you're going to have to charge XYZ, you feel me, in order for you to make it happen. And the book was going to be stupid, dumb, expensive, and shit like that. So that was in 2014, 2015. So I can only imagine how much he had to pay to make sure a book was in this big book was in this book in 1902. Okay. That's it. It can't be it. We got 400 more pages. And then after that, yeah, we got to move on to the next guy. Was that it? Became thrift and a wise circumspection financially. Their opportunities were good. Hold on. Yeah, no. He said he became acquainted with somebody. Yeah, I came acquainted with the partner in the firm, Lester and Gibbs. No, that can't be the sentence. Hold on. I ain't gonna lie. It's pretty much just giving us the detail of everything that we know about Mifflin already. And I did want to read about that altercation that he was talking about, that assault that he was dealing with. But we can move on to the next person. So we got more shit to get to. All right. But yeah, so I ain't gonna lie. The thing that I see as a through line when it comes down to the ancestors, yo, is that they really wasn't taking no for an answer. They were all about self-reliance and self-accountability, because they knew the same thing that I know today, is that when everything is your fault, then you are in control. You are in the most control. And that is the antithesis of what these new blacks be saying. Nothing is in their control. Everything is the system. Everything is white supremacy. Everything is some external shit, you feel me, that is everybody else's fault. That's their whole fucking spiel, right? When it comes to the ancestors, everything was their fault. Everything fell on their shoulders. Everything was up to them. Everything was based upon their abilities. Like, that's what this shit was all about. It wasn't about nothing else. Racism and all of that. As you can see, they are acknowledging the racism. They're like, these people be dealing with racism. Like, we're talking about some periods of time that were leagues more racist than today. You have to understand, like, the racism that the ancestors was going through, it was like casual. Like, it was casual. Like, there are towns with nigger in the name. Like, that's how casual the racism was. It was a foregone conclusion. You feel me? It was a foregone conclusion that your ancestors wasn't shit as far as white people were concerned. That wasn't even something that even, like, you feel me, act like didn't happen or act like wasn't happening. They 100% looked at your ancestors like they weren't shit, and that's the reason why your ancestors went as hard as they did. See, y'all motherfuckers be thinking like they put on suits and shit to impress white people. It's like, nah, nigga, these motherfuckers wanted them niggas in rags. Y'all be thinking that, like, y'all don't understand why would your enemy want you to be respectable? If the entire endeavor of your enemy is to demoralize, dehumanize you, and to make it so that your destruction or self-destruction, okay, is okay because of who you are, why would they want you in a suit? Why would they want you educated? Why would they want you decent and civil? Why would they want you to do that? If they want to justify your extermination, why would they want you to behave that way? The whole entire point is that these people are feeble-minded, they're backward, they can't take care of themselves, okay? They're subhuman. Therefore, we must subjugate. Therefore, we must oppress. Therefore, we must keep under our thumb. That is why I hate the term respectability politics, because your ancestors did all of those things that you've seen them do, and that y'all call respectability politics, to fight against narratives that was created by their enemies. And now their descendants are basically saying that all of that work was actually anti-black. You should have actually rolled into or leaned into the stereotypes. You should have leaned into what white people said about you and wanted you to behave like. That's what y'all saying. Like, the logic that y'all have is why, like, minstrel shows were a thing. Depicting stereotypical behaviors of Black Americans and using that as entertainment. Minstrel shows, literal minstrel shows. Painting your face, red or white fucking paint on your lips and shit like that, and then portraying the stereotypical American Negro stereotypes that white people created for you. That will be considered unapologetically Black today. That is so crazy to think about. That your ancestors, our ancestors, fought tooth and nail to make sure that their public and private image was something to respect, revere, you know what I'm saying, study, and replicate. They went out of their way for that type of shit. Just for you niggas to look at that type of behavior, that type of fighting and all of that shit to call it anti-Black and respectability politics. This shit was literally created by Black people. These behaviors inside of Black America were created by Black Americans. And now we have contemporary new Blacks, Black Americans of today, saying that that's performative, that that's respectability politics, and that they killed you in suits, so we don't need to wear suits no more. Again, throwing that shit out, just like with that AI video, right? The white man said that logic is antithetical to blackness, therefore we should throw away logic. The white man said that the suit that you're wearing don't mean a damn thing to him, so we got to throw away the fucking suits. We might as well wear, whatever clothes, rags. It don't fucking matter what you wear. And so if it doesn't fucking matter what you wear, why would it be the prescription to wear the least presentable thing? To present yourself the least approachable? Wouldn't it justify in the minds of all of the people that hate Black people that he looked like a nefarious character and all this other shit, therefore I took action? And you know what's so disingenuous about that shit? When motherfuckers is really afraid and fearing for their lives or are aware of the danger and shit like that, and they may profile based upon what a motherfucker wearing and shit like that in their own neighborhood, not no white police officer, no shit like that, a Black person who was like, yo, that person looks to be, he could be dangerous. He could be absolutely wrong, but you know what happens if he was right about that assumption but didn't act on it? He's robbed, okay? He's dead. Like, it's so many things that can happen to him. Simply because he was like, oh, I don't want to feel like I'm profiling and shit like that. What, nigga? That's the fucking point of survival, motherfucker. Everybody profiles. Wild animals in the fucking Serengeti profile. Fuck is you niggas talking about? You better profile. You better be aware of your fucking surroundings, nigga. You better know the exits. You better. I don't know what the fuck you niggas thought. I didn't. Yo, I promise you. If I operated like how these new blacks is operating, I'd be dead, son. Where I was at, you couldn't do that. You couldn't give a nigga a visual benefit of the doubt. Hell no, nigga. You better be on your head on a fucking swivel, nigga. I don't know what the fuck you niggas is talking about. Call it whatever the fuck you want, nigga. If that nigga look like he getting into some shit, I'm going to peep that shit. I don't know what the fuck you talking about. I'm checking waist. I'm checking all of that shit. I'm checking where hands is at. Fuck is you niggas talking about? So y'all niggas never been in a Chinese food spot at 1 a.m. That's your problem. Y'all never been in dangerous situations. So you don't have any situational awareness. You don't have no reason to fucking be on guard and make sure that you watching your fucking body, nigga. You feel me? Y'all ain't been in no places where you gotta really watch your body, watch the body movements of other motherfuckers and shit like that. Cause that shit nigga might set it on you. Shorty might set it on you. It ain't even a gender thing. You know what I mean? People I seen get killed simply by just not paying attention. Could have lived. They could have been alive today. They are dead. Simply because they didn't pay attention to their surroundings. That's it. They weren't in no beef. Nobody was on their body and shit like that. But because they weren't aware of their surroundings and motherfuckers was walking around looking mad suspect, if you ask me, I would have been the fuck out of there. Shots get the fucking firing and shit like that, and now you bleeding on the ground and you're dead now. Because you didn't want to profile or you didn't know how to profile. Nigga, you better profile. You don't gotta, that don't make you racist, motherfucker, because you understand where the fuck you at. Shit. All right, so we got this source right here. The Journal of Negro History. I'm telling y'all right now, if y'all are in the Christmas mood, I want the complete set of the Journal of Negro History. I'm talking about from day one. I want to say the first one was in 1912, one of them. So yeah, this is from 1964. This is about, 100 and some change years after the gold rush. This is a secondary source, but since it's old and and stuff like that, and it's like closer to the time, obviously, we don't get some good information. And I already know, as far as the Journal of Negro History, started by Carter G. Woodson, they always, in these secondary sources, always have their primary sources listed. So no rush. No worries. All right, let's see what we got here. So this was in 1964. It says, when Marshall discovered, we all know about Marshall, right? That was dude's name. If I'm not mistaken, that was dude's name, right? The white preacher or some shit like that found it. I knew it was somebody. But yeah. Let's get back to it. When Marshall discovered gold on the South Fork of the American River, he initiated a change in the lives of tens of thousands of people of many races and nationalities. The Negroes of the United States, slave and free, were not exempt from this change. Even the Negroes from the West Indies and Latin America were caught up in the sweep of the gold rush. The literature of this period frequently mentions the slave and persons of color, but too often they are merely noted as someone's cook or as a member of a passing party of immigrants. Some of the mug books of California's history refer to Negroes who, quote, struck it rich, and other books report the fact of slave miners in the gold fields. There are places in the Mother Lode country that bear the name Negro or nigger, indicating that Negroes were present, but specific accounts of Negroes in California during the gold rush are not numerous. The most ambitious book attempting to show the role of the Negro in early California is marred by mug book deficiencies. And then look, first notation, right? Let's see. Delilah Beasley, Negro Trailblazers of California. I have that book. And look, 1919. Look at that. 50 years prior. Look, second source is from 1949. Compendium, Ninth Census, Washington, 1872. Okay. Governor Bigler's message and report of the Secretary of Census of 1852. Primary sources, gang. Trust and believe. The Journal of Negro History always gonna hold it down. This is a great book, by the way. Okay. Matter of fact, let's get into that book. That book is fire. That book is fire. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Delilah Beasley. I'm telling you, the ancestors be writing. They be writing. I love this. I love this book. Look at this book. I love this artwork. So let's go here. Let's see what we get when we type in gold, huh? Let's see. Turquoise and gold. Hold on. We are told by historians that for centuries before California was discovered, every explorer started out to find the northwest patches of the Indies, blah, blah, blah. Their arms were all of gold. What else? The discovery of the name is equally as interesting as the land of California. The story of the ox team and prairie schooner to California after the discovery of gold readily recalls. We want Negroes. I mean, it's all Negroes in this book. This is a great book, though. I had downloaded this book a couple years ago. Super dope book. I don't be meaning to brag, yo. Like my library is really like that, though. I cannot lie about it. Like I really be like stocking up on these books, bro, and reading them. By the way, see, like when it comes down to compilation books like this, like yeah, it's like it's a story that they're telling and whatnot, but it's like really just like short biographies about other like people in California and stuff. But it's like, yo, son, I'm trying to tell you, this is where it's at. I'm trying to find gold, like mentions of gold. Yeah. Well, that's loading up. We can read the other study. Oh shit. So what? 10 o'clock. All right, that's all good. Cause I do want to get to the archives. We'll do the archives for the last hour. Cause it's like they said it. Like in the articles, like these, the top 2 articles that we read, they gave like the overview of it. It wasn't that many like notable people that were documented. You feel me? When it comes down to like people, I think we might find more people in the newspaper. So we're gonna read a couple pages of this shit, this study. And see what we get. It's your recollection of your library is even more impressive. Cause I read them shits, bro. Like I'm dead ass. Like I wish I can. Like I don't have a Mac. I'm rocking on Windows. If I had my Mac, then I would be able to show y'all on my screen my digital library, just so y'all know I wasn't bullshitting and blowing smoke. But let me show y'all my books app real quick, so y'all know I'm not tripping. I couldn't have downloaded it just now. You feel me? But hold on. Yeah, I was reading. This is the page that I was on. And to let you know, let me scroll back to the front. So y'all know I don't be having the bullshit. Look. Can y'all see it? I don't know if y'all can see that shit, but yeah. You got a picture of Delilah and all that in this book. And I don't even think this is the same copy that's on right here. But yeah, it says the Negro Trailblazers of California, a compilation of records from the California Archives in Bancroft. And this is Delilah Beasley right here. Maybe if I turn this damn bright ass light off. Hold on. Yeah, does it help now? Nah, probably not. But yeah, let's see how many books I got so far in this library. I have 415 books. Or maybe no, wait, 463 books. Sorry, 400. If you add up the numbers here, the PDF ones and the downloaded ones, it's 463 books. We pushing 500 books in this phone alone. You feel me? Read, nigga. I'm trying to tell y'all to read. The reason why I be talking the shit that I be talking is because I be reading books. I really read all of those books, gang. Now, did I remember every single letter of the book? No, but son, read. I'm trying to tell you, like, I'll fucking do a book report on you niggas. Oh, for sure, making jokes. But I'm trying to tell you, son, like, niggas be like, you know how long it takes to aggregate hundreds of books to your phone, nigga? Like, you feel me? I'm really a reader, nigga. That's why when them words be whooping my ass like that, I take it personally, nigga. I still can't remember how to pronounce remunerative. Like, what the hell? And y'all see me, I be struggling in real time. I don't know every word. I don't know how to pronounce every word. Then I got this big ass fucking tongue pause, so it's just like, you know what I'm saying? I be having to work through words. It's just that I'm not struggling with concepts and shit. That's the problem. Syntax, comprehension, context clues and shit, I got that. You know what I mean? I remember I had defined a word. Then I go look up the definition, and then my word that I used to define, I forgot what it was, but everybody in the chat was making fun of me because I was like, yo, that's, so they're saying adorn. And then I go look up the word, and it literally means to adorn. And I was like, look, big brain shit. You feel me? I can't help it, gang. I read. Yeah, show and tell. Absolutely. Don't fucking play, man. I know how to read. All right, so let's get back. Hold on. Oh, we got pictures in this bitch too? I might have to fuck with this copy. This copy might be better. And I ain't gonna lie. I fuck with the yellow. I fuck with the yellow 19th century paper. You know, when you know, they're scanning and shit, that yellow tint, I fuck with that. Nah, come on, son. Let's relax. Let's relax. Anyway, so in the Negro Trailblazers book, this is what I found. We can go to the page before it to try to get some context. The landing of Commodore John D. Sloat, Constitutional Convention, 1849. In 1848, gold was this is small ass text. Jeez. OD small. Delilah, yo, this is how you know a woman wrote this book. I'm not gonna hold you. See, women be needing mad like room on the page. Look how small these damn letters is. Delilah, please. She a yapper just like us, or just like me. So it says in 1948, gold was discovered, blah, blah, blah. The amount of gold procured by mint miners. The land of gold and plenty. All right, whatever. Let's go to the last paragraph on this page right here and see. But these letters are small as shit. Let's see. This gentleman was immediately followed by Mr. Snyder. Let us make a calculation about the matter, for the Yankees are a calculating nation, and they are making calculations every day on the other side of the sunny ridge. What is a Negro worth in Missouri? That is, take the average value, say $600. Well, what is the clear profit that a slaveholder in Missouri or Kentucky calculates to derive from the labor of each able-bodied man per year? $160 to $200. Then the slave will yield $200 a year from the time he is 16 years of age until he is 50 years of age, which will net the owner $6,800 up to the time that he may be considered useless, to say nothing of sickness or death. Wow. So you more than 10 extra bread on your $600 investment. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all making fun of me, dog. Like, I'm telling you, like, my doctor, like, told me I have y'all gonna make fun of me, but I'm trying to tell y'all something, son. The doctor told me that I have a large tongue, son. Like I'm like, you know what I'm saying? A larger than normal tongue. I don't know what y'all want me to say, son. Like, relax. Like, you see what I'm saying? I'm cool with being different. How about that? God made me special. Fuck out of here. Anyway, then the time came that he may be considered useless, blah, 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 blah. Then we can see that if the owner makes $6,800 from the labor of each slave, he is doing as much as can be expected in a general way. Now, suppose that the slaveholder will say, Mose, if you will go with me to California, I will give you your freedom. After working there for 4 years, or I will give you your freedom, or I will give you your freedom now and have indentures made for the fulfillment of this agreement. Do you suppose, Mr. President, Mose would object? No, never. Okay, I guess. Okay, like, what the fuck are we doing? You think I'm have to make up a fucking, like, what the fuck? Who lies about that? The fuck, son? Like, that shit is that's such a weird thing to fucking lie about. Like, under what circumstances? I mean, the motherfucker literally doing a fucking check like all doctors do and seeing that my tongue is bigger than, like, the average fucking boys, gang. I don't know what you want me to do here. Don't piss me off. Who lies about the size of their tongue? Legit. Now, what would the slaveholder make by the operation in 3 years? A working man by 1 year's labor will procure $4,000 at least in gold dust, which at the same rate for 4 years will be $16,000, leaving the handsome sum of $9,200 more by 1/2,000 than what the Negro would have paid by working his whole life in Missouri, and that is accomplished in the short space of 4 years. Do you suppose that this will not be tried? You feel me? There were a number of gentlemen who delivered lengthy addresses, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Delilah, you're smoking my boots right now. You smoking my boots. It's a lot of words, gang. I'm trying to get to the point, though. Who we got here? Captain Quartermaster T. Nimrod McKinney served with the U.S. Army in Philippine insurrection. William Nons Rick, Spanish-American war veteran and poet. Y'all think he went to Lexington and got to it at Bell's Spot? William's haircut was fire. All right, if you say so. Captain Floyd H. Crumley, past department commander, United Spanish War veterans. You know, I never really did much research on the Spanish War, but yeah, that side part, super lit. Okay. Let's see what we can get here. Let's see. There were a number of gentlemen who delivered lengthy addresses upon the admission of slavery into the state of California, and while some were intended to excite, okay, make sure y'all got it, the passions against the introduction of slavery, the fear of placing the slave on equal footing with the minors was just like men of today when, wishing to close the door in the face of the Negro laborer, they cry, quote, social equality, when in truth, all the Negro has asked for or wants is an equal chance to make a living and will seek his social life among his kind. Again, Delilah gets it. We do not want to be around y'all. Listen, if for all of the ones that do want to kick it and shit like that, we can kick it if I can trust you. And you can trust me, we can work out on mutual benefit. However, I just want to go to work, take care of my family, and be left the fuck alone. I want to be around my people. This is what I'm telling you. The ancestors were very fucking clear on what they wanted, son. Very clear. All of this integration talk. Just let me be. Let me thrive. Okay? But we need to get more specific. Because this is about California. This ain't even about, the book is not about the gold rush. It's just about, look, Mifflin Gibbs in this bitch, you already know. He knowed it. Let's see. The writer refers to Allen B. Light, mentioned in Bancroft's History of California. This case is recorded to prove the statement that the color of the skin was no bar to recognition before the Constitutional Convention of 1849. Some of the gentlemen wished to know what was to become of the slaves after they had been brought to California and had been set free. Who was to take care of them? They said that the slaves would corrupt society. Oh my God. The pioneer Negro was neither shiftless nor immoral at the period of California's history when this convention was debating his admission either as a slave or a free Negro. I'm trying to tell y'all, they was fucking wild out. Oh shit, Sam, I ain't see what you wrote. Hold on. Shit. My dad had the same issue. He was born unable to talk due to the thick in front of him. Yep. See, I didn't have. It wasn't as bad like that for me, Sammy. But this is what I'm talking about. They motherfuckers was thinking I was playing. They thought I was just joking. Nah, son. Nobody had to do. I didn't have to get like a surgery or nothing like that. But for the rest of my life, it's very easy for me to get tongue tied. Just say it. You know, I deal with it every day. My affliction. You know. Let's see. And it's in the security of being with your own that you can freely associate with others because they know you got loved ones that will ride for you. That's a fact. That's what they wanted to do. See, that's the thing. That token Negro shit, that integration shit, all of that shit was them because they know that they can fucking keep a tab on you. That, honestly, gangster, that is the reason why, okay? That is the reason why that up north during like the 19th century and shit like that, like 1810s, 1820s, 1830s and shit, they were able to integrate up north much easier because niggas, you seen when it come down to this shit, before the gold rush, it was 900 niggas in California, all throughout the state. And you see how big California is. It's 962 niggas in California. We can keep track of them niggas. That's nothing. In New York, it's like 1,200 niggas in 1820 in New York. It ain't that many people. We can integrate here and there and shit like that because you still got to break down the demographic of the 1,200 or of the 2,000. How many of them are children? How many of them are women? How many of them are men? You feel me? So integrating the school when it's like, okay, in a class of 30 kids, it may be 4 or 5 black kids in the class. We can integrate that. You know what I'm saying? They in that black white space. So it is what it is. You feel me? But even in then, those places were segregated. It's just that they were more easily integrated in those times. That's what I'm saying. So when it's tolerable and controllable, yeah, motherfuckers be wanting you to fucking, integrate and all that other shit, bro. I'm seeing the play. Niggas can't convince me otherwise. That shit was a motherfucking psyop, son. Psyop watch. Let's get back to the book. All right, so we got, hold on. Mr. Edwin Booth came to California in the early 40s and mined enough gold before the rush to return to Baltimore and pay for the passage to California of his sisters and 2 brothers, and also to pay for the education of the widow sister's son, sending him to Oberlin College located in Ohio. Edwin Booth, huh? Do we got anything on Edwin Booth? He did all of that shit. Yo, imagine being an early adopter. You feel me? Was it him? Is this the person that they talking about? Is this what they talking about? I'm about to say, if it was him, because wasn't Oberlin a black school? Am I tripping? Hold on, this can't be. Let's see. They said he was in what state? What state was he in? Baltimore. No. See, he wasn't in Baltimore. This is a different nigga. Edwin Thomas Booth. Oh, this is John Wilkes Booth, older brother, gang. No. No. That's different. That's a whole different fucking person. Hell no. Mr. Edwin Booth came to California. So he came in that bitch before the gold rush. Imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine being able to get to California early, years before niggas would even get to the state, make a fortune in gold, and get the gold back. In and out. Fuck out of here. Y'all niggas is late. Y'all pulling up in 1849. I got my bread in 1842. Got all my bread, sent all my peoples. They got bread. Yeah. Okay. If the reader will consider the difficulties of travel at that period and the expense of a trip to California, Mr. Booth's case is a befitting answer to the question as to whether the Negro pioneer was either shiftless or capable of taking care of himself. So this was a black man. Delilah is talking about a black man. So Mr. Edwin Booth, so we can recap here. Mr. Edwin Booth came to California in the early 40s and mined enough gold before the rush to return to Baltimore and pay for the passage to California of his sisters and 2 brothers, and also to pay for the education of the widow sister's son, sending him to Oberlin College. Like, he made good bread. Like, he came up. Nah, and Google ain't got nothing on them. Funny to me. Funny to me, man. That's crazy. Let me see. Black man. Nah, they ain't got nothing on them. Look, just look. Don't even exist. Don't even fucking exist, bro. Nope. Not here either. It seemed like I thought it was because it says born in Maryland, 1833. So that means in the early, he'd be too young in the early 40s. He would only be a teenager in the early 40s, which I mean is not impossible, but I don't think so. I don't think that's him. Yeah, there's no recollection of this man, but I knew it, son. When you get to that's why these primary sources are so fucking fire. Well, this is more so a secondary source. Kinda, it's like a primary/secondary source because she's talking about people currently as well. But yeah, let's see. The writer had the pleasure of meeting in Sacramento the surviving brother, Mr. Elijah Booth, or Elijah Booth, a dignified and stately gentleman with a delightful personality. His mind was fresh in regard to the history of mining conditions in early California and in regard to the treatment accorded to colored miners. He said that while the miners had laws of their own, a Negro miner was a man even for all that. Okay. He recited an instance in which some miners were attempting to jump his claim and how the white miners immediately came to his rescue. See, and now, again, just like today, just like in real life, you're going to have all of these nuanced takes. Because you remember in Mifflin's book, it was racism. Okay, they went on strike. The white dudes didn't even want to work with him. You feel me? They didn't even want to work with him. And so they went on strike. But he said, Elijah says that somebody was trying to take his claim. You know what I'm saying? Tried to take his shit. And white miners came in and helped him. The writer has talked with other Negro miners who were in the California mines during the pioneer days, who spoke of the fair treatment by white miners, especially those mining upon that same area, Mokelum Hill. That same area that Mifflin was in. Ain't that funny? Honorable Frederick Madison Roberts, first Negro elected to the California State Legislature. Okay. Shout out to him. Shout out to him. Yeah, this book will be in the description. Don't trip. The true reason they did not wish either slave or free Negroes in California was because the question of slavery was then prominent before the public against the extension of the slave territory, and it was necessary to have a definite clause in their constitution deciding the issue before going before Congress to ask for statehood for the territory of California. Got it. Let's see. To prove the writer's statement, that no one paid any attention to the Negro miner in California until after the Constitutional Convention. The following is quoted from Charles Shin, who, in his book on mining camps, presents in an impartial way a study in American frontier government. He is considered an authority on the subject, as there were a number of Negro miners at the time working at Placerville, Grass Valley, Negro Bar, Mokelum Hill, and his statements can be safely considered as including the Negro as well as others of whom he speaks. Mr. Shin says that, quote, the vast body of gold seekers known afterwards as the Argonauts did not reach the Pacific coast until early in 49. The organization of the smaller mining communities of 1848 must be considered before we can discuss the more complex element of later camps, when early in 1849, mining began at Coloma near Sutter's Mill. Captain Sutter himself had an alcade? Yeah, these oh my god, these early 20th century words, gang. I'm trying to tell you. Had alcade, how the fuck do you? I've never seen that word before. Powers over that region or over the region. That autumn, Mr. Belt was elected. Okay. What the fuck is an alcade? This is gonna burn me. It's gonna burn me the fuck up. What is this word? ALCALDE. Do y'all know what this is? I've never seen this word before. Gots to look it up. A magistrate or mayor in a Spanish, Portuguese, or Latin American town.
Alcalde.
Alcalde. Okay. If you say so. Never seen that word before a day in my life. Alcalde. The nearly 2,000 Americans who were in the mines before the end of June, and most nearly of them an alcalde was knew that he had no legal right to an elected an officer, and knew also that Colonel Mason, the de facto blah blah blah, nothing about Negroes. Yeah. All right, we about to go to the archives, gang. We're going to flip through this little book real quick, see if we can find something else. If the Negro slaveholders could bring their slaves to work the mines, they would soon have all of the gold, and poor white people will be poorer than ever. Come on now, hold on. Now we back. Hold on. See, Delilah, now you got me, because I'm reading poor white trash over and over on these pages. What's going on? What it says, admission of California into the Union. Got it. Okay, we got some numbers here too. Look, 962 Negroes. But anyway, let's get back to this. The opposition to slave labor in California by those who did not own slaves in the Southland previous to coming west was because of the terrible cast of being called poor white trash. If they attempted to make their own living. What? Hold on now. We got white issues coming up? What the whites going through? Hold on. Let's see. There was among the settlers in California during pioneer days good material for the making of good humanitarians. They were sincere and believed, like Columbus, that California, with its balmy atmosphere and beauty, was too near the terrestrial paradise to blight it with human slavery. And to add an insult to their efforts to make their living by the sweat of their own brow, or be called for so doing poor white trash. Wow. So the status. So these dudes didn't really even care about slavery they didn't really care about slavery like that as it pertains to like ethics and morals and shit, but having a slave was a status symbol. Slaves were not cheap. This book was written, Mifflin's book was written whenever it was written, and he was talking about in that book, either that book or this book, either one, I think it was his book, we were talking about like $600, and you flip that, like you, in the lifetime of the slave, you get like $6,800. No, it was in this book. So, yeah, so $600 adjusted for inflation, I already know was a grip. So it's like, These white people could not afford, these poor white people could not afford slaves. So it was a constant reminder that they were fucking poor. Not to mention, people were explicitly, other white people were calling him explicitly poor white trash. I love that poor white trash is such an old term. Like the first time that I seen poor white trash we talked about was in the 19th century. Like legitimately talking about poor white people, calling them poor white trash. This book, when was this book written? Or published, rather. This book was published in 1919. 1919. They was calling these people poor white trash, bro. I'm trying to tell you something. All right, let's see. The cast in a place as beautiful and rich with gold as California would have been thrice as hard as in other parts of the United States. So it's like, yo, man, we all trying to get money, man. You don't gotta call me poor white trash. They was like, fuck out of here, Wigger. Get a job, Wigger. Yeah. If Negro slaveholders could bring their slaves to work the mines, they would soon have all the gold, and the poor white people will be poorer than ever. Damn. They realized that no country can continue long beautiful that has for its object the oppression of mankind, whether black, red, yellow, or white. The course these early Californians took at that early date in California's history is the same today. See, look, seems like California always been pretty liberal, huh? They may sometimes make mistakes, but they are not afraid to do the right thing as it appears to them, whether anyone else approves or not. Okay. All right. So let's get over to the archives, huh? For the last hour of the show. And again, all of these sources will be in the description. So yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah, no new chats. Shout out to Cliff, man. I'm really appreciative of you guys. Not gonna hold you. So in the archives, let's see. Struck gold. No, you don't really strike gold, do you? I guess you do. So let's see what we find with that. I guess we can centralize it in California, right? And we'll do like this. Start date. Let's do start date is January 1st, 1849. And then the end date would be December 12th. December 31st. I don't know why I said December 12th. 1855. Let's see. All right. Boop, boop, boop. Click. I'm back, nigga. I'm back. That song is stuck in my head. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm gonna have to play I gotta play all of these songs that stuck in my head to get them out of my head, son. That's why I'm playing all of them songs for the outro. Y'all know how I do in my outros. You feel me? I'm back, nigga. I'm back. All right, so let's go back. Nothing when it came down to struck gold. But if we do just gold, let's see. Because it's in the Negro newspaper. So California. Select all of the titles. Shit. All right, let's see. Let's see what we got here, son. So, okay, we got 126 results. What? Hold on, we got the dates wrong or something? All right, hold on, let me... this is no. This is not what I wanted. Oh damn, they don't even have. Nah, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. I don't believe it. They telling me they don't got no articles. I am being super specific though. Like I'm focusing on California publications, but I guess I could just, open it up to, other states and shit like that. But I just figured, yeah, you know what? That's what I should search. I should search gold dust for sure. All right, let me do it that way. Let's do it that way. Gold dust. All right, we'll do all states. Just during the fucking like 49 to. We'll do like 49 to 50 because it's like if we can get some good shit just from 1849, I just wanted to keep it open for the possibility. All right, we'll do 1855. I think that's small, like a short enough time. Enough. All right. Soda brick outside of Epcot. That nigga stove god is crazy. And I got the tech in the drop. We ain't checking on Kick, man. Hold on. Let's see what the people at Kick is doing well. You feel me? Oh my God, leave me alone. Let's see. Anybody tap in on Kick, man? I know y'all be feeling neglected over there. Nah, nobody tapped in that Kick. Today my cousin's birthday too. Shout out to my cousin Corey, man. Happy birthday, gang. All right, so let's see. Here we go. Now we got some shit. We search for the right stuff. Now we got some stuff. Hold on. Let's do 80. 40 to 49. 40 to 49. And these are all black newspapers, so we'll see what they got to say about it. This is the Rochester, New York. This is what I'm saying. That's why I was like, you know what? We're not even about to just make it California. Because look, the inhabitants of San Francisco assembled in public meeting and resolved to unite in establishing gold dust as currency at $16 per ounce. A committee of 5 were appointed to draft memorial to the Congress of the United States, urging upon the honorable body the speedy establishment of a branch mint at the place. The following are extracts from the shit. So they say slavery in reference to the slave question. The editor says, we believe we echo the sense of the country when we assert that slavery is neither needed nor desired here. And that if their voice could be heard in the halls of our national legislature, it will be as the voice of one man. Rather than put this blighting curse on us, let us remain as we are, unacknowledged, unaided. Damn. Gangster. Seamen's wages were $100 a month. Crazy last name. 16 vessels were lying there. Short. Okay. All right. What else we got? What else the shit got? Let's see what this shit say. Hold on. Boom. New watch and jewelry store, John Kedzie, having changed his partnership relations, have removed his shop 2 doors north. In the sale of entire new stock of goods, including or consisting of gold and silver. Okay, it's just letting people know what he got in here. Okay, is John Kedzie a black man? Probably, more than likely. To the PS, to the farmers in particular, we will give notice that we have a variety of barometers which will give that knowledge of the changes of the weather so as to be able to adopt his business to its variations. Please call and examine them as every man ought to have one. 1848. Got it. Hold on. Somebody said something about millions of dollars worth of gold dust. Hold on. I think I skipped something. Was that over here? Was that what that was talking about? Yeah, fact. $2 millions of dollars worth of gold dust is at San Francisco waiting to be transported to the United States. What? And here we are selling a paper worth the whole of it for 1 cent? Oh, they scamming. What the hell does that mean? What the hell does that mean? Hold on, y'all. I'm about to switch back. I just wanted to find a better article. Motherfucker having that gold on them. You feel me? But yeah, let's switch back. All right. So let's see. This is 1908. See, that's what I'm saying. I don't want none of that shit. I want it to be like in the era. You feel me? All of that 1900 shit like that. The gold rush is over, gang. The gold rush is over. So it ain't no need to even follow up with no sources from that time at all. Let's see. Let's see what we got. 1850. What? Page not found. Here we go. Library of Congress doing what the Library of Congress be doing. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. This is the reason why. Like, yo, I appreciate the LOC for what it's able to do and all of that shit, son. But the way that their websites be run, son, like the shit is shut down. Like this is some rinky-dink website from the 90s or some shit like that, bro. Like this shit is bugged out to me. Let's see what we got here. Boom. Telegraphic correspondence. Okay. New Orleans, the steamship United States reached her wharf yesterday. Oh, so United States was the name of the boat. Got it. Okay. Bringing through passengers from San Francisco in the quickest time on record. We have full files of San Francisco papers to the 1st of June, inclusive. The steamship North Star sailed from Aspinwall for New York on the 16th. With 250 passengers and $100,000 in specie on freight. The passengers brought with them a considerable amount of gold dust. That's crazy. Why would you tell people that? That's crazy. Now that I'm thinking about it, like the newspaper outing you as somebody that got gold on them in 1854, bro. Like what? Shut up. Don't tell them that we brought considerable amounts of gold dust, nigga. What? You making it hot. Because that's what happens. Yo, could you imagine, right? Think about it like this. You moving to another spot or whatever after you already made your money at the gold rush and shit. And it's 1851, 52, 53. Like, it goes on until 1855, right? The gold rush lasts until 1855, 57, depending, sometimes even 1860, depending on who you asking, right? And so all throughout these years, especially in Black American circles, where only not even 1,000 niggas was living in California throughout the entire state, and you know how big California is, right? When it comes down to this shit, how many people was getting robbed? Soon as they like, yo, where you blowing in from? You know what I'm saying? I know, like, hopefully niggas was quick on their feet and being like, oh, yeah, no, I'm coming from Missouri. I'm coming from Texas. I'm coming from Mississippi. Like, you do not tell these motherfuckers you just came back from San Francisco. You do not tell them niggas that you just came back from California. It's 1852, nigga. And you telling them that you just got back from California. Oh, so you tried to get some gold money. You got some gold money on you. And now they on your ass, nigga. They stay plotting on you now. Let's see. The steamship Illinois, which sailed the same day for New York, took $955,000 in specie on freight, besides a very large amount of gold dust in the hands of passengers. Why do they keep snitching on these passengers and telling the people that they got gold on them? That's crazy, son. That's wicked business. That is wicked. Let's see, fam. And I think that's another thing too when it comes to this. I think it's a little bit different because I was thinking like when it came down to when motherfuckers struck oil, I guess because Standard Oil and other lease like other companies who had to lease it from them were involved, that it was okay to spread the news. But it's like now that I'm thinking about it, what black man or woman is gonna want to get national coverage or periodical coverage of their new windfall of gold and money? Like, who wants that? Now that I'm thinking about it, like, I'm sure we're still gonna find one or whatnot, but I'm over here thinking like, damn, that's kind of hot, son, because it's like now motherfuckers is gonna be plotting on you. You know what I'm saying? I know I'm not telling no more. Like, I'm not telling nobody I struck gold. Like, I ain't gonna lie. I'm not telling anybody that I got that. Like, that's crazy, son. You are asking to get lined up and robbed. And you had to, like, collect so much of it. Like, as far as gold dust goes, like, it's gold dust, bro. It's literal dust. You have to accumulate that shit to get to a bag. Let's see. What? Oh, that steamer. See, this shit, they keep talking about this damn boat, the North Star. $100,000. $100,000 in gold dust. What year is this? 1854. What is $100,000 in 1854, Sammy? Please let me know. 100,000 in 1854. I must know. I must know. Mm-hmm. All right, this one is from 1851. Let's see. We gotta see. Is this more about that damn boat? Yeah. So yeah, they just reporting about this boat over and over again. It was whack. All right. Let's see what else we got. Let's see what else we got. Okay, since it did last up to the 60s, right? We can do that. We can do that. We can do that and see what else we get. Well, how many we got in this one? How many results in this one? 70. 70. All right. All right. It's 2 pages, so we can go through them real quick. And you know what's so funny about this shit? Now that I'm looking at it, I think the North Star, because that's the name of this newspaper, was like in on the shipping as well. That's why the names are similar. It's the same name. Horse medicine, the best and cheapest horse medicine in the world. Sloan's ointment and condition powder have earned a great name. Crazy. All right, what else we got? Other Others wounded. The amount of gold dust shipped from California in 1853 was $82 million worth. That is so much gold. Because 82 million in 1854 is bananas. That is absolutely bananas. Yeah, they just keep telling me about. No, because I'm looking at the search results down here. Y'all probably can't see it, but I'm searching for I'm looking at the search results and seeing what they're saying about gold dust, and it's just it's not saying nothing. I'm not seeing no Negro talk. So we're gonna go to the second page. About 2 million in gold. All right, let's see what this one says. This might be something. Or it could just be talking about another ship hauling that much gold. You know how they do. Let's see. California correspondence. The Panama leaves this afternoon with 202. Oh my God, just more snitching on boat passengers. I ain't gonna hold you. I feel like the newspapers and the criminals was like not working together, but the criminals was working off of these. Like, I'm still trying to get the press's incentive for letting the general public know that there are people arriving in town shortly with mad money worth of gold dust on them. That is so crazy, son. Like, this is several reportings from these newspapers being like, yo, there's over 200 people on this boat. You know what I'm saying? Like, just letting you know, they all got gold on them. You can set it on these niggas and they'll never know. It's like, damn, son, keep it fucking cool. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not seeing much, gang. I'm really not. I'm not seeing it. Maybe, it just, when it comes down to this shit, we gotta go further out. And that might be what it is. Because it's like, I refuse to believe that those 5 names that we learned tonight are the only names. Like, I refuse to believe that shit. Yep, I don't believe that. Let me see. What if I put Negro gold? What is that? What does that bring up? Negro gold. Oh my God, son. Let's see. The gold star, Negro gold star. Wait. Gold Star Mothers by Cyril Briggs. Give me 1 second, y'all. I just gotta stop here real quick. I just gotta make a quick little stop. Cyril Briggs' name. I know Cyril Briggs. Latin American workers and the murder of Gonzalez. All right, hold on. Imperialist and Negro Gold Star Mothers. Now, if you guys don't know who Cyril Briggs is a communist from... What island is that nigga from? Nevis? He's from Nevis. Okay. And so he's spreading communism right here. This is in 1930. Oh yeah, he's definitely spreading communism. More than likely fear-mongering Negroes. Yeah. Imperialism seeks to justify its crimes against the Negro masses by promoting the idea that Negroes are an inferior race, that they are incapable of progress and, of course, incapable of self-government, that they are not as sensitive to insults and oppression as the white races, etc. The imperialist ideology is used to foster white chauvinism among the white workers to justify the especially brutal exploitation of the Negro masses and by inciting the white workers to contempt and hatred of the non-white peoples to prevent international working class solidarity and secure recruits from the working class for the armed forces of imperialism and for its fascist organizations such as the Ku Klux Klan, the American Legion, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, etc. So yeah, Yep, sounds about commie. Now, obviously, I agree with the things that are bad, but like we know that communism is not about to fix this, Cyril. You know what I'm saying? The Negro masses must answer this insult to the mothers of victims of the last imperialist war with a determined struggle for full political, economic, and social equality and for the right of self determination as the logical continuation and highest expression of the struggle for equality. They must unequivocally demand the right to have their own government in those sections of the country where, as is the case in many parts of the South, we constitute the majority of the population. That's what I'm saying. Together with the white workers, we must intensify the struggle against lynching, against unemployment and hunger, against wage cuts and inhuman speed up, against the entire imperialist system of robbery and exploitation. Like, yo, dead ass, son. Like, this playbook has been repeated for the longest time. This shit was written in 1930. This was like 35, 38 years before the Black Panther Party and all of that other shit. Negro mothers and widows refuse to be Jim Crowed. refuse to be Jim Crowed, fight imperialist discrimination and oppression. And that's what I'm saying. That's how they got in. You feel me? That's how they got in. They just used the issues of Black America, you feel me, and fearmonger and got them in their bag. You feel me? And that's just all it was. They're going to use that problem to push their own cause. Mm-hmm. Let's see. We're going to put, yeah, this gold star shit. This gold star mother shit. I don't even know. I got to look into this because this gold star mothers clearly is something. Like, it's clearly something. So let's see. Let's do Negro. We'll do all of these words. All of these words, and it'll be like Negro gold miner. You know? See if we get with that. See if we can get some hits with that. Because all we gotten so far is a bunch of newspapers snitching on the fact that people are coming off ships with a lot of gold on them. You feel me? Let's see. So we got more in the 1840 to 1849, but obviously 1850 to 1859 would be the bigger one. Yeah, let's do that because it's other shit being said. A Negro miner, Sebastian, a young miner, yeah, that's 1930. I don't give a fuck. I'm not gonna say I don't give a fuck about miners, black miners from back then, but we need the 49ers, gang. Not even gonna hold you. We need the 49ers. That's what I want. Okay, what else? What we got? Minerals? No. Carpenter, gold digger, farmer, lawyer, farmer unknown. That's wanted list. Negro mother, mulatto, white father, and Indian mother. Let's see. One can catch Snow White Negroes. What? Snow White Negroes? What the hell does that mean? Oh, we might have found something, y'all. Let me go to that one. I'm going to go to that one first. Let's see. Anything? Got any hits? A lot of gold was mentioned. I can tell you that. Gold was mentioned a lot. Let's see. Well, what's the title of the... Well, clearly ain't got everything to do with gold. So let's see. There's another point of view in which this work becomes an object of great national concern. California has turned to gold at our touch and should it continue to supply the precious metal according to the ratio that is already done, the proportion of gold to silver in the world will be changed, and consequently, an alteration in respective value of the two metals may be expected. Gold is 16 times more valuable than silver because silver is 16 times more abundant than gold. In other words, the earth has hitherto yielded to the labor, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so there's no person. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't tripping. Now, what did this shit say? Snow White Negroes just arrived from Brazil. Two Negro boys, 7 and 9 years old, perfectly white with pink eyes, woolly hair. So they're talking about an albino. They're describing albinos. Woolly hair as white as snow, with the nose and thick lips of the African. Oh my God! Their parents accompany them and are black as jet. These children are the most extraordinary beings ever known. They have been engaged at great expense and can be seen during the whole day and evening. They remain this week only. Miss Cecilia Blanchard, Blanchard, the celebrated female juggler and player on the musical Glasses. They are parading two albino children as sideshow attractions. Oh my goodness. Some black kids from Brazil. What year was this? 1843, yo. Oh my goodness. Two Snow White Negroes is hilarious. Snow White Negroes is hilarious. Yeah, I gotta save that article. Hopefully I can find a clearer one. Because that story is crazy. Two albinos being passed around like sideshow attractions is so fucking crazy. Nah, man, the archives is they're not giving us what we want. It could be me though. It could be me. What do y'all think I should search? Because it has to be within the years of 1849. We could do 1848, but like 1848 to 1860, right? But they're not giving me anything tonight, man. At least nothing I could really, sink my teeth into. And how many we got at the top of this? So, well, let's see if we did exact phrase. What would that do? Yeah. See how many? One fucking article, gang? Nah, I don't believe that shit. And it's in 1935. You got to be kidding me. What is he about to describe? A movie? Huh? What could you tell me about black gold miners in 1935? Damn near 100 years after the gold rush. Ready to back empire. Not for a long time have the island blacks had such a subject of common agreement or interest. If the emperor of Ethiopia and Julian can't win without him, they say they will recruit enough men to finish the job. The many Black Eagle Well Wishing Societies, the Black Eagle Well Wishing Societies, which are springing up in every island, can be quickly turned into recruiting stations. They haven't any lion skins, but there are plenty of red baboon hides to be obtained. The Negro gold miners who came out of the British Ghana jungles with gold nuggets have been induced by plantation blacks to finance a Save Ethiopia Legion and to pay for a cablegram to Addis Ababa, which read, "Don't let Mussolini back down now. Go ahead, Ethiopia. We are behind you." Oh, okay. Well, shout out to Ethiopia. All right. Shout out to them. Over show says, my fault. Over show says black is Jet is crazy. Yeah, Jet Black. Yep, that's where niggas got it from. Jet Black. That's wicked though. I ain't gonna hold you. Let's see. Let's see what else we got. Jet Black magazine. Black as hell magazine. Okay. What are we doing? UMW heads divide and rule roll. Let's see. So it's a lot of miners talk. A lot of they're not talking about gold, and I'm not about to do that. I shout out to the miners. We can get into that. But yeah, let's look at this. Let's see. Oh, Alabama miners at a meeting discussing their strike for higher wages and union recognition. Photo was taken just before the recent strike movement. So you got a bunch of black and white men striking. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to that. But that's not why we're here tonight. And I want to find some good gold mining stories. That's all. Shit, for all of this, we can just go back to the fucking book. But I want to go, to the archives with the shits, man. I fuck with the archives. Y'all know how I feel about the archives. Let's see, about 2 or 3. Trying to eject copper from the hull. That sound like what I think it is, and I'm my curiosity. Did these niggas die trying to take the copper off the walls in 1902? Please don't tell me. That's my suspicion. Let's see if I'm right. Let me see if these niggas died trying to steal copper. Out of control. Whatever you with, we with it. Let's see. Cold-blooded murder at Negro dance hall. Damn. Harry Warner colored is shot by Thornton Cooper. Oh, Cooper is a person. I read Copper. Got it. President undergoes second operation. Damn. Fired several shots at random. You see, this is the same thing I be telling y'all when I be gossip of the turf. Oh my goodness! But this is what I be talking about. When I'll be in the archives looking for one thing, son, and then I'll get gossip on the turf or of the turf. A.H. and D.H. Morris, the friar. Excuse me, A.H. and D.H. Morris is the friar, which is to be sold Wednesday. This is a fucking movie. I don't care. There are something like 200 maidens ranging from 3 to 6 years of age in active training to the New York courses. More than half of them will die without scoring brackets. What? The promising ones, which have performed well of late, are the talisman labor, patronymic, Arma Atlas. Are these people's names? Jeez. Serious Negro cutting a fray Sunday morning. Oh, niggas is cutting niggas. William Clements attacked by Thomas Stogel, who wielded a razor with terrible effect, makes grave charge. Jeez. Yeah, we got a whole bunch of other shit in here. Money left Utterman by California relatives. Eczema. What? Get rid of the eczema in 1902? All right. Let's see. Dynamiting in Amman. Another dynamiting occurred about midnight at the number 9 colliery. Colliery. of Lehigh, Wilkes-Barre. Yeah, I already know. I don't want to think about that area. I'm good. Let's see. I'm not seeing it, man. I'm not seeing it. Motherfuckers had the Negro Gold Star, mother something, Gold Star of Mothers. I don't know what the hell that is. I definitely have to look that up. Because these niggas was like, no, for real, nah. The Negro Gold Star of Mothers and shit. Let's see. Man, the archives ain't giving a shit tonight. I mean, I'm pretty sure we could find something interesting, but I really wanted to I wanted to see what they was talking about when it come to the Negro gold miners, man. I say it ain't her, is it? I don't know what the hell you talking about. A scene of excitement that recalled the palmy days of 49 was witnessed last night at the Arcade Saloon. A stranger who might have belonged to the reckless epoch, who bore every instance of being a successful Pike County miner out on a spree, appeared at one of the tables with a Negro coachman bearing 2 heavy bags of gold. What? Selecting a Faro Bank, okay, as his base of his operations, he began to bet heavily and with apparent recklessness. So I'm talking about now we getting somewhere. Hold on, now I'm sitting up now. Hold on. With apparent recklessness until his play excited the breathless attention of everyone. In a few moments, he had won a sum variously estimated at from $80,000 to $100,000 gambling. A rumor went around the room. A rumor went around the room that it was a concerted attempt to break the bank rather than the drunken freak of a Western miner, dazzled by some successful strike. To this theory, the man's careless and indifferent bearing toward his extraordinary gains lent great credence. The attempt, if such it was, however, was unsuccessful. After winning 10 times in succession, the luck turned and the unfortunate bucker was cleaned out not only of his gains, but of his original investment, which may be placed roughly at that's got to be a dollar sign. Because that shit better not say 320,000. That'd be fucking crazy. I want to say that's 20,000. I don't know. Let's just go with 20,000. This extraordinary play was witnessed by a crowd of excited players who were less impressed by even the magnitude of the stakes than the perfect sang-froid in recklessness of the player, who it is said at the close of the game with liberality tossed a $20 gold piece to the banker and smilingly withdrew. The man was not recognized by any of the habits. What? Habitues? Oh, my goodness. Of the place. There, said Uncle Jim, as he hurriedly slurred over the French substantive at the Cios. Did ye ever see such godforsaken foolishness? Uncle Billy lifted his abstracted eyes from the current, still pouring its unreturning gold into the sinking sun, and said with a deprecatory smile, never, nor even in the days of prosperity that visited the Great Wheel Ranch of the Fallen Forster, did he ever tell his secret to his partner. This is what I'm trying to tell you, bro. This shit is crazy. Nigga came in there, gambled all of his gold away, fam. Why? Why would you do that? That is insane. How long is this damn story? Jeez. Yo, this article long as hell, son. What the hell? Oh, okay. Wait. This is a story. Uncle Jim and Uncle Billy, written for the Evening Star about. Okay, I was about to be like, nigga, what? Okay, so that's the closest we got is a fictional story, because I was about to wild up, son. Like, what, son? What else we got? What else we got? What else we got? Mrs. Minor, the Negro masses, and between white and Negro miners, 1932. I already know what they talking about. Nope. File union, nope. Nope. That's what I'm saying. To try to keep the 1930s and all that shit in there is only going to make the shit worse, just off the strength that it was so many other things to mine in America, especially at the top of the 20th century. You got coal and shit, which is going to be like the largest one, but then you still got the fucking steel guys and shit like that. Like, all of that shit is interwoven, and I ain't fucking with it. Having to go through that whole shit. By trying to sift through, you feel me? The different types of miners and shit like that. Like, I'm cool. I'm fucking cool. Cliff says, random question, dude. Didn't the gold rush spark the creation of the railroads? I want to say that was a part of it, but it was really all about just like Western expansion and shit like that. Motherfuckers was expanding, but I'm pretty sure that had like a major, that was like a major catalyst for it, for sure. For sure. Motherfuckers was really not, like, all of that shit in Middle America was not being used. The Great Plains and all that other shit, like, motherfuckers was literally living on the borders of America. You had California, then all throughout the fucking South and all that shit, and then up north. A lot of that shit in the middle was not being used, and not, so they, it wasn't really even able to be tapped into for real. Like, you could travel on motherfucking horseback and buggy and all of that other shit in the middle of America, but that wasn't for the faint of heart, obviously. And so, yeah, they started to create railroads to be able to get from New York to California and all that other shit because, like I said, it's prosperity to the west, Western expansion and whatnot. So I just think that the gold played a major role in that, Now, didn't we learn about some lady named Myrtilla? I do remember that. I knew Myrtilla, her name was Minor, right? Myrtilla Minor, wasn't it, on that type of shit? Yeah, son. I'm not seeing it. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm not seeing it. Don't you hate that? I mean, only when you being super specific on what you're looking for. Because it's not like we couldn't have found funny stories or compelling stories or anything like that. But I really wanted to know about the Negro gold miners, man. I did. I really wanted to know. The only thing I can really think of now is if I did gold miner without the Negro in it, but just focused on black newspapers like this. Bang. You feel me? Let's see if we come up then. Yeah, I'm so happy I got the fucking change scenes now because I was tired of sitting in that fucking corner. I ain't gonna hold you. I was tired of sitting in that corner the whole time, and I just had to figure it out. It really, and the thing is, it's so funny. It took me minutes, like literal minutes. I was just tinkering with the OBS app and shit like that, and I was like, oh, all I gotta do is that. Fine, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? That's all I had to do. And I attribute the increase in viewers based upon my handsome face. I'm not gonna hold you. Let's see what we got. There we go. Now we getting somewhere. Let's see what we got here. Okay. Who's this? Bang. Mr. MC Johnson, a successful gold miner of Cripple Creek, Colorado. get a good look. Let's see what we got here. God, it's way too close. Okay. I see you, bro. MC Johnson. There we go. There we go. This is what we were looking for. See, we just had to stick it out. There we go. Oh, shit. Y'all can't even see what the fuck I'm talking about. Look at this, y'all. Look at Mr. MC Johnson. Take a look. First of all, respect the goatee. Gots to respect the goatee. You feel me? He earned his to be able to grow his goatee out that long. Pause. And it says, a gold hunter, an enterprising southerner who is making a fortune, okay, digging for the yellow metal in Colorado. Let's see. Short little article, I think, right? Jeez. Yeah, short little article. Okay. The unceasing attention which the colored American pays to the efforts of our people towards the higher life never fails to be rewarded. There's always some new character in the forefront to whose struggles and success we can be pointed out with pride and from which we can be deduced a moral. Okay? Like a moral, like, you know, the moral of the story type shit. The man whose career should be most widely known as of distinct honor to his race is Mr. M.C. Johnson of Cripple Creek, Colorado. But a decade ago, he was a poor, friendless Negro among the submerged millions of the race in the South. But discontent with his surroundings was in his very blood. He absorbed it with every breath. Fate or fortune, ambition or advice, whatever the moving cause led him up out of the Southland and westward to the land of greatest possibilities. He settled in Colorado and at once gave his entire attention to the various kinds of mining. His active and retentive memory and unflagging industry and his consuming thirst for knowledge soon made him an expert both in the valuable mines and systematic methods of operating them when located. With his partner, Mr. W.A. Smith, Mr. Johnson has acquired some of the most desirable mining properties in Colorado and is fortunate enough to have gained a competence as the result of his expert knowledge and thrift. It's always the thrift that, I'm telling you, every time that I hear about these success stories and shit like that, one of the things that they always bring up is that these motherfuckers are thrifty, meaning that they are stewards with their money, that they're financially literate, that they're not just blowing their money as soon as they get it. This is also true of Mr. Smith. The partners own jointly large properties within 1.5 miles of the town of Cripple Creek, Colorado, and they are seriously considering whether they will not afford others of their race the opportunity to share with them the golden promises of their ventures. It is, however, Mr. Johnson's personal success to which attention is directed, and no less to the moral which it teaches. Here is one Negro who did not see fit to remain within the iron chains of environment, who struck out manfully and faced his fate in an untried field, sustained only by a conscious mental and moral rectitude and a strong right arm. Ooh, he was beating ass. Or maybe he talking about digging. I immediately went to punching shit up. Why he just compelled success, and so can each and all of the Negro race with the same conscience and the same application to the duties. They do that every single time. When a Negro is successful, use this as motivation, nigga. Use this as motivation that you can do it too. They do that every single time. Okay? Which face them. Mr. Johnson's financial possibilities are only circumscribed by the probable duration of his life, and should his present mental and physical vigor continue to attend his life, he will in a few short years doubtless be described as Colorado's greatest millionaire Negro. Just like that. I knew I was gonna find a nigga that hit gold. See, I was searching for the gold and I found it. Look. And I got a picture of son. Come on. Y'all ain't this is what I'm saying. If I Googled Mr. MC Johnson and Cripple Creek. Let's see. MC Johnson. Anybody gonna think I'm talking about a rapper or some shit? Cripple Creek. Let's see. Did anything come up? Cripple Creek. Cripple Creek. MC Johnson. Nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing on Google. Google don't have it. Only the archives has it. And look, very good depiction of him. He looked like Ice Cube a little bit. Like he looked like Ice Cube mixed with Nate Dogg with a long goatee. Shout out to the side part. You already know. Side part supremacy. Side part supremacy. Who else we got? Canadian gold miner. No. Cripple Creek gold miner. No, we already talked about him. Now we getting somewhere. So all we had to do was just look up gold miner inside the black newspaper files. Let's see what we got here. Every few days at the Papocratic organs announce with great flourish the name of some gold miner who has declared for free silver. Why should not all gold miners hustle for a free coinage law? Oh, they hating. Let's see what this one's about. Somebody died in the crib? Let's see. He sought gold in 1849. Atchison, Kansas. Uncle Jack Patton, age 87 years, a veteran of the Mexican and Civil Wars and a California gold miner in 49, died at his home 6 miles east of Atchison Friday afternoon. He had lived in western Missouri since 1831. All right, rest in peace. Well, we're definitely getting a lot closer. We're getting a lot more specific on them, you feel me? Let's see. Don't y'all hate when y'all press the right button the left button instead of the right button on the laptop, and then you gotta fucking go back? All right, let's see. Oh, he had offices in King William Street, Adelaide, South Australia. Exit. Nobody give a fuck about South Australia, gang. Not while we're here. Not going. That was a good one, though. I'm glad we got him. Do we still have him? Yep. All right, cool. Successful gold miners. The more successful, 1899 is still closer to the date. I mean, it's past it, but it's still closer to it. 1899 in Washington, B. Let's see what they got. Let's see. Fortune of the miners. Some instances where enormous wealthy was discovered by pure luck. All right. This is what we're looking for. All right. I'm going to have to assume that these is Negroes. The Washington Bee is a Negro newspaper. Okay. Let's see. The Corona group of gold miners accidentally discovered by an immigrant yield enormous revenues. The finder sold his claim for a few $100s. Wait. What does it say? Fatality of discoverers? What? What the hell happened? Let's see. The stories that gold miners tell when they are in the mood are as thrilling as a romance. Superstition enters largely into a majority of the stories one hears about a campfire, but they are generally founded on facts. However wonderful they may seem. The pure luck that attends the finding of enormous wealth is an exhaustless subject for discussion. The rich Tilden mine in Alpine County, California, was found in a curious way. Sheriff James W. Carter and 2 men had gone over the mountains after 2 men who had murdered a sheep herder The region is lonely. Excuse me. The region is as lonely as any among the Sierras. The time was March 1877. The sheriff and his companions were in the saddle. 4 days, and when they were well up among the mountains, the trail of the fugitive murderers became obliterated. They got out of their saddles and made themselves as comfortable for the night as possible in their blankets on the ground. The next morning, the trio set about to find some tracks that would give them a clue about the fugitive trail. Bang, bang, bang. Where is the Negro gold miners, gang? I don't care. Hold on. A day or two later, Sheriff Carter came across the bit of live rock he had found up among the mountains. He got out a magnifying glass and was astonished to see traces of gold everywhere in it. He started up the mountains immediately and, employing an experienced prospector, search that lasted 3 months was begun for the ledge from which the float rock had been detached. It happened that very day that the sheriff and his companions set out to follow the fugitive murderers. Okay. This is whack. I'm trying to figure, like, did you get bread? I heard it was a okay. The Sheriff Carter was an ardent Democrat, and he named his mine the Tilden. Okay. It was a good gold producer for a dozen years, but the sheriff never profited much by the tens of thousands of dollars it yielded. Why? He was harassed by lawsuits, and in 1 year, he spent $25,000 in law. Now, them lawyers was ripping him off. They was ripping him off. In 1 year, you spent 25 grand, gang? No way. No way. What lawyer cost that much in a year? In fucking 1877. Like, give me a fucking break. Sammy done went to bed. But I know for a fact $25,000 in 1877 was fucking absurd for a year, for a year's worth of legal representation. You bugged the fuck out, nigga. They ransacked that nigga's bread. The Corona Group of gold mines on the Colorado River north of Yuma, Arizona, was accidentally discovered by an immigrant going in a prairie schooner with his family to Los Angeles from Texas. These are among the best so-called desert lines in the United States. C.D. Lane, the millionaire gold miner of San Francisco, who gave $75,000 to the Bryan campaign fund in 1896, owns 2/3 of the Corona mines and gets a monthly revenue of $22,000 or $30,000 from them. You feel me? The Texan, who was named George Harris, camped one night in the fall of 1889 on the west bank of the Colorado River. Oh, man. That's crazy. All right. However, he whacked off a few pieces of rock. Hey, yo, what's going on, son? A friend who had been in gold camps for years, blah, blah, blah. All right. This story, I mean, I'm hearing about people getting into a bag with the gold mines, but this shit was not as compelling as I thought. This shit is whack. I ain't gonna hold you. A common topic in groups of gold miners is the fatality that seems to attach to successful gold miners. The more successful the miner, the more closely does a Greer fate, whatever, seem to have stalked behind him. So many cases of violent death among the rich gold miners may be cited. See, I knew it. That the superstition seems to have more of a basis of fact behind it than it is common with such notions. A volume dealing with superstitions, fancies about death, gives a long list of miners whose lucky discoveries were soon followed by disaster. Oh shit! Could you imagine? I'm taking that chance every time. Superstition be damn, gang. Listen, we gonna see if this shit bad luck after I get the bread. You feel me? Let's see. Old Virginia, The original founder of the Virginia mine of the Comstock lode was killed by a bucking mule. Brody, the founder of the Standard mine in California, died in a snowstorm. Story, a celebrated California discoverer, was killed by the Indians. Comstock, after letting incalculable wealth slip out of his hands, became almost a pauper and shot himself while on a search after the lost cabin in the Big Horn Range. Fairweather, the discoverer of Alder Gulch, died of exposure and dissipation near the famous mines he was the first to find. And Farrell, who was a tender of Meadow Lake region, died in one in a hospital. I don't know, died in a hospital. Damn, son. So they saying it was bad luck to fuck with the gold. Shit. I'm definitely about to take that chance, brother. What? You know how, and I already know that was some people that went to church. I already know that was some people that went to church. Let's see if that's the end of the article. Because if so, that'll be the end of the stream tonight. Real talk, man. Like, that shit was hilarious. That was hilarious. Niggas is getting rich off the gold and then dying immediately after, son. Or damn near immediately after. That's fucking wicked, son. That is wicked. I would only wish that on my worst enemy. Like, yeah, I hope my worst enemy get all of the paper in the world and then die right after. It's crazy. That is so sick, son. That is so sick. All right, so while this shit, I better say, while this shit loading up, we gonna switch back. What the fuck is this? Oh, that was the next page. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, these is nothing but ads in here. Look at all of the ads. What they selling over here? Wines and liquors, Sparta pool room, ice cream parlor, Scientific American. What's that? Scientific American Agency for Patents, Caveats, Trademarks, Design Patents, Copyrights, etc. Wood, coal, and coke. Okay. A quart of the best whiskey that $1 will buy. Okay. All right, for sure. All right, let's get back. All right, hold on. Let me, before I even do that. All right, yeah, let me type that in. Okay, there we go. That's my shit. I want to hear that. All right. There we go. Now we back. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been another episode of Hotep History Live. I was your host, President Hotep Builds. Thank y'all for coming on out, man. I appreciate it. Why is my music freezing like that? We're gonna wheel it back because this is my like my favorite. This really my shit. Shout out to XP Knack, man. And I know I'm late on stuff. Like, I've been listening to him. I know about him, but how's that? We gonna do this outro right, gang. What the fuck is going on? Yeah, I don't gotta do that Twitter shit no more. We could close that shit. Could close that shit. We don't gotta do the Twitter outros no more since we done put it, you know, your man in the center. You know. But yeah, why they playing with me, son? Man. Can't get a break, boy. This is despicable. This song is called We Made History too. I just peeped that. And it's not even because he's talking about like making history that I fuck with the song. I really just fuck with, like, I went through ST Next like half of his discography, bro. And I ain't gonna lie, like the way he rap and shit like that, the way he give it up, like I really fuck with his style. Especially with like he's me personally, I feel like he mastered the drumless, the loops. You feel me? Like, shout out to all of the other guys, you know what I'm saying? Westside Gun and Conway, Benny, like all of the Griselda niggas. Shout out to my nigga Bodie James. But like when it comes down to like the drumless loops that they are known for and shit like that, bro, like ST Nack, he be smoking them shits. And this is one of them, to be honest. And that's why I want to play it. That's why I want to play it. This is my shit. I know motherfuckers be like, yo, this nigga only listen to Currency. Nah, man. I be listening to other shit too, man. I do, I promise. Let's start this fuck.
There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for coming on through. I'm the host, President Hotep Dudes. Thank you guys again. We'll do it again Wednesday. Listen, man. Thank you guys for coming on through. As always, can't have the future without the present. You can't have the present without the past. You can study history to live in the past. All the aspects of the present we can possibly what affect our future. That's my shit. Huh? Ad lib. Come on through again, man. We back in Wednesday at 6:30. Subscribe to the motherfucking Patreon. Maybe I could do this, that. Subscribe to the Patreon. I appreciate y'all, man. I love y'all, man. I'm letting y'all know that shit right now, man. From the bottom of my heart to the top. Thank y'all for coming on through. And as always, man, Hotep and Bill.